Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is a rogue time. We're level 1. We're gonna blast to Torment 12 in absolutely no time. It's gonna be beautiful, and we're gonna have a good one. We're gonna play the unbugged version, so we're gonna not abuse any weirdness. Not try to clear pit 150 in 1 minute, you know? We're gonna play reasonable. Also, it's not going to be Dens of Knives, because I want to mess around with Heartseeker, as Heartseeker is also going to be what we play with Rain of Arrows. So we're going to focus on that, and then have a beautiful one. I think that sounds good. Now, let's get the seasonal quest that we didn't even finish on our Warlock. Oops. Danish dude, good to see you there. Burig also, good morning.
I don't understand.
Guess you haven't heard the good news.
I think you have to wait for that one to flip over. Like, I'm always trying to figure out what you actually have to wait for that to properly flip over, because it doesn't necessarily properly flip over. Now let's hope that we have a chance to roll double Helltide early, make our life easier. Good morning, Screams. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited for some Rogan. Okay, that's quite the map. Thank you, Ty. 14 Heartseeker ranks. That is not a double Helltide. That is not a double Helltide. That is a double Helltide. Let's go. I mean, that would have already been like very frustrating to start my day without a double one. Okay, we're gonna use this tiny fox here. That's new. Hire Subo as a merc. I over here as the backup sees. And then jump into the Helltide. Can't wait for this rogue build, Nello. It's gonna be good because it's kind of like the old Rain of Arrows build that was OP. But now it's the new Rain of Arrows build, which is OP. Loon the Tune, when are you going to update the Repulsion Monk Guide? I mean, the Repulsion Monk Guide made it all the way to 90, clearing Delirium 200, and killing every Pinnacle boss. So there is no update, because also the guide itself had everything in there what you need to make the build better yourself. So I included all the information for further scaling. So now it's on you to decide if you want to then, you know, play it past 90 or not, if you want to invest 100 bonus divines or not, right? That's how the builds that I do put out work, because I don't put more than like maximum like 20 divines into a build. It comes down to Path of Exile. I'm starting to get my last 2 points in marksman for my Rain of Arrows. My cooldown is already at 12. 12 is enough. 12 seconds is perfect. You don't need more cooldown. A 15 second is actually the magical mark to hit Loon. Elmo. Because when you hit 12, when you hit 15, then with 225 resource, you can get your cooldown reset every single time. So you need 15 seconds Rain of Arrows, and then you need the 225 energy. I mean, technically, if you could get the cooldown below 10 seconds or to 10 seconds, then you'd only need 150 energy. But I guess it's easier to get the cooldown low than... it's easier to get 225 energy than the cooldown low. Right? A rogue build from you? Yes, and we're actually playing Heartseeker once in a while, together with Barrage. For leveling. It's like a fun leveling I'm gonna really enjoy. And then we're going for okay, here we got Heartseeker. Oh shit. Let's not accidentally die while we're trying to like put our skill points in. Forgot that I can jump. We got a short sword, but we didn't get a single new bow yet. Hmm? Well, more energy. More energy as a rogue. Right? Let's see. If I put one more point here in Heartseeker, that should give me... Gain 3 energy when Heartseeker hits an enemy. Yeah. That's like even more energy now. Exactly what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. And we got Barrage with the energy cost reduction, so we can now go ha ha ha. I mean, 24 energy cost reduction is actually ridiculous. Like, it costs 30. 224, sorry. 6 energy cost reduction is ridiculous. Making this so much more convenient. Okay, we're sitting at our first L-Tide almost done. Quick question on your Druid build for season 14. What do you go for masterwork on your Glassstone's Birthright? I think maximum life. Resolve. It's always resolve, sorry. On every item that has resolve on it, you're masterworking resolve. In case you missed that in the video, because in the video it's actually visible to see. You know? Probably didn't watch the video in depth. Gasp. Weakened enemies? Sure, for now. And now we're finally sitting at always like full resource. Jeez. That's just so much better. I assume like Heartseeker's variety can give us even more. Probably. I just started playing Diablo 2 weeks ago. The expansion really worth buying, yes. If you're not getting the expansion, you're missing out on roughly 50% of the game. I wish I was like overselling this, and it's like, no, definitely not 50% of the game, but you're missing out on 50% of the game. Easily. Oh. I don't want a good connection anyways, right? Internet what? Internet who? Okay.
Take heart, beloved.
Weird lagaroonie pastaroonie, that's for sure. Oh, that's back to normal now. Okay, we only require 11 more cinders and we're good to go. Sadness. Ah! Totally going to risk death by sword. Just for that cinder amount. Okay, if I kill him, he's going to get me the cinders I need. Oh. Almost there, chat. Nice. So now we just have to get into the penitent here without dying. We can do that. I just get like an health size. That's the first time. And is it possible to reach 1 billion damage without the expansion? Probably, but 1 billion is like nothing. Right? I mean, 1 billion is like congratulations. Right? You just reach the minimal amount of damage. No offense, but it's just like, you know? You need hundreds of billions, and actually 500s of billions to really do anything meaningful down the line. Otherwise, you'll always be behind. Next up with the expansion, I mean, the best deal you could get was buying the base version of Diablo together with both expansions at the same time. I think that does cost you 70 bucks. That is the best bang for the buck that you can get. I've actually not found a better deal. Because otherwise you have to base Diablo and then I think it's like 30 per expansion or so, or 30 and 40. But yeah. So if you have nothing on your account that matters, might as well just I don't know, you know, make a new Battle.net account to just buy yourself Diablo and both expansions for 70 bucks. Surprised how much damage we can actually deal in Penitent, right? With the levels on this skill. And that's still with our level 0 bow. Okay, let's return back to Zarbinzet without dying. To Zarbinzet too. Hey! A good thing we opened that chest. Get the first Helltide XP boost. Okay, 1 refresh. 2 refresh. Nice. So honestly, this is like the killer start right now. Not even close. We have 4 more points. So that is going to be for our barrage. We're going to go for cast speed. Our Heartseeker is going to get the additional enemy for more resource. Our Jumpy Bumpy is going to get the additional charge. And our is going to get movement speed so we can get more Dark Shrouds, yeah. Back on difficulty. My doggy's here. He recently comes downstairs quite a lot. I'm confused. Never comes downstairs. It's changing behavioral patterns, chat. That's not good in old dogs, right? When they suddenly start to behave different, you should be worried about their health. He's not that old. Just old. Am I worried, doggy? Oh, there's someone open up the Realm Walker thingy again. Yeah, when you get actual demons, you need to kill them, right? Because actual demons always drop good cinders. Someone is popping them open here. More enemies is always good because more enemies is more cinders. Faster. I actually wait to see like the variety of like barrage. What does it look like? You know? Okay, there's a Hellborn. Hellborn. I wasn't looking to fight you, good sir. Oh, wow, that's a lot of cinders for... God, mom. Honestly, we're almost done with the Helltide again, dude. We're gonna be so quick. Wait, what's that? Death Toll Chamber. No, absolutely no interest. Like, not even remotely, like, any interest to waste my time here with the Death Toll Chamber. as that's not even going to give us meaningful progress. Okay, so we get our first imbuement, and I think we're going to start with a shadow imbuement, right? Because shadow can just spread. If you now have like shadow imbued barrages, then you get like bonus explosion. What builds are we going to do? We're going to do a Rain of Arrow build because it's super funny to actually do Rain of Arrows. I don't know if you've ever done it. There are certain breakpoints that you need to hit, and it's kind of like, it's like putting together a puzzle. It's a bit similar to Death Trap, like in terms of like the breakpoints you need to hit, but it still is decisively different to hit said breakpoints. So I'm quite looking forward to that, as it's like always fun to puzzle these kind of builds out. Let's take these out. Because if I get you, and I get you, and with all the cinders we ever needed, for everything I was looking for. And off we go to the next one again. So we're doing Rain of Arrows, and it's going to be like shoot Heartseeker to get specific stacks up. Then use Rain of Arrows. Using Rain of Arrows will use up all my resource. Using up all my resource will then trigger my cooldown reduction, and then I can use Rain of Arrows again, and Rain of Arrows again, and it's like instantly infinite Rain of Arrows. It's so cool because you essentially get like an ultimate skill you can spam. And I don't know how you feel about this, but I always felt like, personally, that ultimate skill builds, like each ultimate, should be able to be its own build. Because they're called ultimates for a reason, right? So I really like when they're viable, and you can actually play them, right? Reasonable. Because that's what I think they should do. What we have ultimates for. Okay, and off we go. Damn. That's such a strong start, getting like 4 Hell Tides. 4. Okay. We're also thinking about starting Pell World this morning, John, but I get my free day tomorrow, so we didn't want to like start with Pell World and then leave you instantly a day later. I should put that on hold, but we might like after the, depending on how like the Tuesday patch goes, we might have to check out some Pell World after all. Okay, we're almost there. If we now get the double, right? That's like, damn. And this is just absolutely crazy. Okay, we can get movement speed. That's awesome balls. Mobility. Movement speed. Thank you very muchacho. And then we get ourselves the... Oh, we get the Barrage and the Heartseeker variety at the same time. Okay, so Heartseeker is going to be... has a chance to find additional arrow, right? And we got, for this one, for the Barrage, we get the multi-shot. Barrage deals damage, fires 2 arrows, and all of our arrows now travel faster and pierce through. Yeah. And the Dash is going to get the Shadow Plane. Awesome. Very strong. Back to normal. Do we have enough time for another double Hell Tide? That's the big question. My planners say, 22 minutes. Yeah. How many builds do you have? So we got 3 Necro builds. And we got 1 Druid build this season. We got 1 Warlock build. So that's 5 builds so far. For the amount of time this season has been out, I think that's reasonable. And this is not the end, right? There's more to come, obviously. Let's open up both here next to each other. Because if you open up like both next to each other and actually grow them in size, then you can have them overlap. So I can now push this one here further open. as I can push this one further open. Yeah, 5 builds so far, compared to most creators sitting at 1 build. Oh, nice. I mean, optimally, we get a goblin now. Okay, with the varieties here, this is like so much faster. Damn, he's just doing damage for days. That dude had no chill. Oh, life on hit, you know what? I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna make my own life easier. That'd be nice. Which you had the most fun playing this season so far? Honestly, the Warlock. I thought it was the Druid. The Druid was great. The problem with the Druid was so effortless that it becomes boring quick. It's often hard to understand, but some of these builds that are super powerful, they like you don't even have to try anymore, right? And it takes a lot out of the game when you really don't have to try anymore. So yeah, I really have to say the Warlock build was brilliant. I mean, I love my Necromancer builds, don't get me wrong. But I do them mostly because I'm just a Necro creator by heart. Not because they're the best or the most enjoyable builds, right? But I gotta say that Warlock was something. And Warlock has like more to offer, so we're definitely gonna pump out more Warlock builds as we find time to do them. As we have to do more Necro builds and stuff, right? Of the build variety, I mean, the goal is always to cover every single class during the season, right? We're done when we pretty much have like 1 build for every single class. Unless the class is completely dead this season or it's so riddled with bugs that it's not worth it. I mean, for example, Rogue is also bugged, but you can actually make the non-bugged version, and the non-bugged version is extremely strong. So we are planning to exactly do that, because you actually got to go out of your way to do the bug, so you don't accidentally stumble into that, if that makes sense. So it's not like, oh no, I'm playing Rogue and suddenly I'm using the bug. I never saw that coming. Oh my god, right? Nah, it's like, you know, I want to abuse the bug, so I abuse the bug. Do you have a guide for a new player that wants to start Diablo 4 from scratch, QSoul? There were a lot of guides from Season 13 that really explain things from the beginning, from the get-go on. So those are the ones I would recommend watching, Q, if you wish to learn the ways. Let's get Poison also in. So we have Poison Imbuement and Shadow Imbuement now. But honestly, no build has been terrible yet, right? The question is not necessarily which build did I have the most fun doing, but which build was the easiest to put together. And that was definitely the Necromancer. Like, I literally just started Necro Strong, Necro Fun, right? Where the other builds just needed to hit certain, like, breakpoints, needed to get his stuff together to actually work. I mean, I could even enjoy my Necro without having my set for the longest time being, and it took me, like, an obnoxious long amount of time to get my set. So that's something to not underestimate. How powerful that is. Like, how long can I play a build before I actually require a set to become stronger? And I could play tons before I even required a set to become stronger, so that was great. What I'm really looking forward to, though, is Tuesday, patch day, right? Because that is hopefully going to improve things. So I'm pretty sure I need to use my imbuements one after the other. Let's actually kill that elite. I'm surprised how much damage we would be doing, like, as a... Like, this is Penitent, right? I would expect Penitent to tear me a new one. But we can actually... I mean, we could almost exist in Penitent, right? Almost. This has me very happy for hard later, because we're gonna obviously have to do hard for leveling. Okay, go to Temis, swap difficulty, get into that nightmare dungeon. Locked in, good to see you there. Hopefully you also saw, guys, like the 100-hour regret video that we uploaded today. About tips for mythics, experience, gold, everything. I bought Palworld when I heard you were going to play it. Scott, we will definitely do Palworld, just not right now, right? So the thing is that Diablo like has at least another 5 to 7 days before most people lose interest in it. That's just like, this is not me hating, right? This is just the reality of things, right? So new releases have a certain amount of thrive before they become irrelevant. And sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower. In case of Diablo, this season will definitely be faster, drifting off to like the point where people are not interested in it anymore. I think that next week, the Mythic update patch will definitely do good for it. But it's not going to save like a season that most people just have no interest in. Because let's be fair, the season's theme wasn't just like very well received. That was a mistake. So, and like as soon as that point is reached, we can actually start diving more into Palworld. So I think there's like no other release in July. Nothing, right? Not really. It's going to be what I plan to cover there. And we're gonna prepare for seems like for my God project in Path of Exile as well. We have like a little you know, fun project there going on as well. Most fun you've had is finding and playing broken OP builds. I mean, that's like what a lot of people like to play. They like to play the strongest stuff. Because why would you play an ARPG and then not be strong, right? There's a limit to how OP I personally wish to be, right? Because sometimes being OP is not like actually adding much fun to the game when you're like too OP. Like a certain amount of struggle is fun. Love playing Windrose. Ah, Scott. They actually gave us an update recently, in case you missed that about Windrose. They posted about the Ashlands update. So, it seems to be, like, not soon, but also not as far away as one would think. So that has me personally very excited, because I'm obviously very much looking forward to that. But just a little. Are you going to play DMZ 2.0? Nope, absolutely not. I would rather eat rocks, and I really don't want to eat rocks. Okay, you heal when Dark Shaman is consumed. That's useful. And then we got Shadow Imbuement makes enemies vulnerable. No, we're going to go for the more Shadow Imbuments. Let's temper this quickly with the chance to do any kind of damage. Like one of the easier tempers to put out. When else's video is freezing, you should F5. Have they fixed the FPS with large babies in Windrose yet? Dude, I can't tell you. I mean, I haven't started Windrose in a while now. So I couldn't tell you what they did to improve things or not improve things. Okay, wait, double Helltide again. Let's go. With this double Helltide, yep. That's going to be huge. We're going to push it through. It's 48. Yeah, that's it. We're done. Okay, shit, I need to run this Nightmare Dungeon as fast as possible. Because we might have enough time to actually get this done. There would be one Helltide, guys. So we're now on this character for 20 minutes. Yeah, you heard right. And we would actually be... Damn. I mean, this was lucky because we've gotten all the Helltides now. But still, Rogue's been illegally fast so far. And we're not even playing... Okay, so ferocity stacks, more attack speed would always be welcome, right? Because that's just strong. And that we get our Variant for Heartseeker, which is going to be the middle one. It increases our resistances. Crazy part, when we're just going through, I get like enough energy regeneration to not have to do anything. Specialization, we get inner sight as well because I completely missed level 14. So now we get like free creates. Absolutely demolished. Inner sight is what you've been looking for, right? To get that infinite energy and then go boom, boom, boom. Unless you just started playing Diablo 4 3 days ago, it's your first ARPG. Well, then you get a lot in front of you, my friend, and you're gonna enjoy it. And I always say, like, the later you started with Diablo, the better you had it, because honestly, the game added like so much goodness to the game, and now if you started this relatively late, that goodness is absolutely in your favor, right? Whereas us veterans who have been playing the game since day one, we've been burnt many times over. I'm still reeling from the injustices the game has cast upon us. Okay. Upper. The new video for starter tips? Yeah, but the new video already like requires you to know some things, if that makes sense. So what we posted today is really like for people that already have a base of knowledge, I think. To play PvE2 again? Yes, absolutely, Grad. Absolutely. But you know how it is with new seasons. I mean, as a ARPG player, you understand how crucial it is to spend time with a new season when it's out, right? And to not spend time like when the new season has run its course. So I am right now obligated to play more Diablo. And then play more Path of Exile down the line. The good thing about Path of Exile is it's a bit timeless compared to Diablo. So for example, if I start Diablo like in the middle of the season, no one is interested. But if I do an interesting Path of Exile solo cell phone run, people are interested. Regardless of how deep into the season it is, right? Because the solo cell phone runs in Path of Exile, they're just always intriguing, right? And that's like a big difference in what I can do or cannot do as a content creator when I'm trying to pace myself, you know, because I know what works and what doesn't work with the audience, and when I can do what and when I can't do what, right? So these are all important things to pay attention to. Dude, Rogue is a demon even without Dance of Knives. I'm actually really happy to not play Dance of Knives once in a while, because I have leveled now the past 25 rogues feelingly with Dance of Knives, and being able to just once in a while play something else is also quite relaxing. I think you can understand, right, Chan? Okay, we got this, chat. We got this. Now let's run back. Run it back, run it back, run it back. We're gonna check what can we open up here. So these are 2. Your guides for games of the years have always helped me tremendously, and there's so many more to come. I mean, I'm not planning anytime soon to stop with this, right? Oh, doorbell. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, Sorry. That was like the children always yell for me when the doorbell's ringing. And the mailman is just standing in front of the door. He's like, please, I just want to give you a package. They're like, Dad, mail. Please don't open the door for strangers. Just call for us. Okay. That could ruin our timing. We have 6 minutes left. Right? Ooh, let's go back. I'm trying the new Golem build, but I have to finish the DLC story, and I'm trying... Yeah. I mean, Lucatron. For the Golem build, or in general, for any build, finish the stories first. Right? I mean, you technically don't even need a build to finish the story. Only that a build makes finishing the story easier. Right? But you could get away with not actually having a build. There we go. Okay, 30 minutes spent. 34 minutes. Usually I take around 50 to unlock this level of Helltide chest, right? Shit, I need to get to that chest without dying. I just want to get past you guys and open this chest, right? I don't actually want to fight you. I have like zero interest. Leave me alone! We did it! We did it! We did it! Okay, this is super good now. Now we'll just mark this off. And since we did it in Penitent, the character is not even 1 hour old, chat. Okay, so here, 41 minutes. The fastest I've ever done this. And we get Wraith and Rot already. That's, like, actually illegal. We get it this fast. And we can obviously go for... But we're not going to do a single one of those. We're just going to go for the harder difficulty. So wait, I need to take for the Arogi this one. Then we're going to put a point in here. And afterwards, like, man, we're using Heartseeker for... I think we're going to, like, boost this one. More Shadow Explosion damage is more Shadow Explosion damage. Simple. We're going to go into the hard difficulty. Now, our Helltide isn't up that long anymore. But I could still try to kill the Lady of the Helltide. 3 minutes? Yeah. What's your build pass? Do you have a link? No Kangaroo. I'm working on an old Rain of Arrows build that we did. Pretty much. That was before Season 13. So it's like an old Rain of Arrows build that, well, we kind of can make work. In the current climate as well. And tomorrow you should have the planner. Like, it always takes me, like, pretty much, like, first do it, then give you the planner. Because obviously you never know how many things have changed, right? Poison damage is incredibly useful for boss killing. I'll say it. Get our first and right now I'm trying to just grow my thread that when we're ready for next Helltide, we essentially have all the thread already for it, right? And this is gonna go really good. Ah, inner side, you're so good. What a convenient skill to play for leveling, right? We're at 75. Honestly, when you get like the Shadow Trap like instantly refresh, this is so good. And then you get a refresh and then go again and then... Okay, 50 seconds. Let's activate that. Threat carries over. Yes, Threat usually carries over. The Cinders obviously don't carry over, but Threat does. Let's see if we can get a quick invasion, because there should be a worm around the height here. Shit, not there. We're at 20 seconds. If we're lucky, we might get invasioned. There's one down next to the here. One should be here. Yep. Nice. Good start, Chad. Good start. I don't need the Cinder, but we're going to take all of this. Have you played Where Winds Meet at all lately? No, Tony. I just simply haven't had the time. I mean, people have been loving Where Winds Meet in the West. The problem is that the release schedule of Where Winds Meet really turned a lot of people off in the end. Like, it's a good game. We all love it. It's fun. But having to wait such a long time then just for minuscule updates, right? You're pretty much waiting for like a couple of months. Then the update is only a few hours. And then again, a few hours and a few hours. It really grates, right? I mean, it was cool like in the beginning. You're really anticipating it. But the longer it goes on, it's more like, you know, like you just don't, like for a minuscule update, you don't just wish to wait that long of a time. So that's like probably, I mean, it works in the East to have a release schedule like this, but in the West, it does not seem to have survived long. As much as I do enjoy playing Where Winds Meet, right? Are some of the talismans more rare than others? No, but there's an ongoing theory that if you're playing a Zeal build, the game won't get you Zeal talismans. That's obviously not true, but it just really feels like that. So no, talismans are not rarer than others. What you can do is 3-to-1 transmute. So you can take 3 of the talismans, put them into the Horadric Cube, and then 1 random talisman will come out. That one random talisman might still not be the one that you have actually been looking for, and it might be exercise in frustration because you're, for the love of God, not getting what you actually want. But yeah, it's at least an option. There are worse things than having options, right? Poison overload. God, this rogue is so much fun because you don't really have to care about resource in the beginning. It's just like ba 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 ba, resource back, more resource, spend harder. Best cup ever, by the way. Well, maybe Path of Exile can one day get me a better cup. I mean, this is my fancy Hearthstone cup from like, oh my goodness, this cup is like it's around 10 years old. Yeah. And it's still functional. It actually survived 3 moves, right? Damn that cup. Through the thick and the thin. Can I hit them? Oh, I can hit him. I can hit him. Chat, I can hit him. I can hit him. Oh, like, wait, I hit him too. Jabate. By the way, what do you think about leveling that's not Rain of Arrows once in a while, Chan? Are you liking it? Okay, 1 more minute, then the health tide is back up. We are currently not even an hour in. Okay, so level 34, ladies and gentlemen, 49 minutes. Going to be our fastest leveling.
It is done.
Salvage, you say? Why not? Get that all the way up. We could quickly run a pit, but I don't feel like it, so we're just going to kill the other Hell-type boss. Three moves is too much for a cup. Yeah, I mean, but that one is unique collector's edition, you know? I usually don't really give much about all these collector's edition stuff. You know, when you usually buy games and there's like, oh, there's a keychain attached and you get like a map of the world in the game and stuff like that. I don't really have much interest in these things, but like collector edition stuff that is actually useful, right? I'm always a fan of. Like, most of my t-shirts are from games that were gifted to me, like, you know, then we get a couple of mugs from different games and all that. Like that's actually something useful, right? That's something I'm going to keep because I'm actually going to use that on a daily basis. There's like a poster of the world of Elden Ring. I mean, it's nice, but do I need it now? I know a lot of people like this. It's always wasted on me. So I try to distribute that back to the community when we can. Because I just don't do anything with these collectibles. Okay, best Hell Tide ever on the right side. Because it has one of the highest density of worm events. Now, let's check on our threat, should we? Because threat does usually survive. And let's see, my threat is there, ladies and gentlemen. As I told you. It'd be weird if threat wouldn't survive. Do you use a controller when playing Diablo or PoE? No, I don't really enjoy playing with controller. Diablo, like, I did play one Barbarian build with controller because it was literally better to play on controller than on mouse and keyboard. But I try to avoid playing on controller if I can. I just like my mouse and keyboard. Again, though, if something is very much better to play, I might actually play it on controller. That being said, Path of Exile, for example, you're either doing controller or mouse and keyboard, whereas in Diablo you can hot swap between, and that's actually amazing for Diablo because I can choose like, okay, so for my menus I would like to use mouse and keyboard, but for my gameplay I'd like to use controller. And that's something that definitely needs to happen in Path of Exile as well, right? Because in Path of Exile I want to be able to maybe play with controller, but menus I really don't want to use controller, right? That hot swapping is just super cool. I need a new weapon soon because we're just like flying through the levels. That means always that we're gonna fall behind in damage. I never knew. I assumed it'd reset like Cinders. Well, any death will reset your threat. So even if you die outside of the Hell Tides, your threat will be reset. Obviously, I guess, right? So that is something that you need to keep in mind. If you have your threat saved up, cool. But if you then die to anything, a threat might go away. Yeah, well, like two poisons. We have the big elite killing poison and the mass of enemy killing poison. The shadow imbuement for like masses of enemies. Not a new weapon. Okay, before we now go further, let's quickly go back into Temis. Why Temis now? To pretty much just buy me a new bow. Right? It's gonna be your endgame build, a Rain of Arrows. We're gonna run back quickly to the bottom of the city, right? Now this dude is selling me here a bow that is 508 item power compared to my 350. So you notice that was required. Is the expansion worth buying at full price right now? Yes, the expansion is absolutely worth buying. Like, if you're not using the expansion, you're pretty much playing the game with a handicap. And that handicap only gets worse with every further update, every further season. So might as well invest right now before it just feels stupid. Definitely not getting better, right? And out we go. The only problem about Rogue is it just still feels squishy at times. Hellworm. There's one more potential spawn back here. There we go. This spawn has never let me down. Oh, no. I was greedy. Not looking for the Pang of Duriel below me. That's on main shot. Well, easy threat reset, right? This was obviously planned. Now I just have to rebuild my threat again really quick. Like I'm chugging like here one potion after the other as a rogue, right? Because everything just hits me, just depletes my life tremendously. I need more defense. That would be good. Stop chasing me. Haters, Chad. Haters. Wonder if we should put the poison points rather here into like more resistance. Oh, I could just open chests. That's actually true. The long forgotten practice of just opening chests for more threat. Also for better items. Let's not forget that, right? Let's put the helm on. Temper max life at low level. Never. Temper max life at low level is admitting defeat, my friend. We don't do that in here. Rather die than actually die, I guess. Good. Almost get my threat up. Open this one here. Oh, it would help getting like tankier items. That would help. Okay, before we now have our thread up, what we're going to do is we're going to... have to buy ourselves a new weapon. We're going to be our final weapon then. Okay, we got this. Fantastic. Let's go back to Temes. Is it possible to hit GA on Masterworking? Yes. You can hit a GA on Masterworking. What changed your mind about Rogue? We are playing the not bugged version. So I still think it's plenty stupid that Rogue is bugged, but we can pretty much play the version that is not bugged. Ergo, like, we present the people an opportunity to enjoy Rogue without being a dirty, filthy bug abuser, right? I think that's a good thing. Ended up picking Lord of Hatred about a month ago after a couple of year hiatus. Truly phenomenal expansion. Well, that's great to hear. I mean, I have no skin in the game. I just like the game, right? I don't actually care if you like the game or not. No, you know what I mean? Like, for me, like, if you like the game, that's just a bonus. We can have fun together. But it's always good to see, right? I don't have any stakes. I'm not, like, somehow a Diablo shareholder. Thank you for the good videos that you made for Season 14. And there are more to come, Kebab. I haven't given up on this season yet. I know a lot of creators are already feeling the creator fatigue because, let's be fair, Diablo is not making it easy. You know? Diablo is really not making it easy this season for the Diablo main creators. The worst part is, Season 13 was such a resounding success, right? Everyone was having like killer numbers on YouTube. It was like effortless to create content. I don't know if you can understand how amazing that is for a creator when like a new expansion comes out and it's just so well received that whatever piece of content you're making, it's going to pop just simply because it is about the new content, you know? That's like a killer feeling when you're making content. Now the problem is that rush is gone. So you're pretty much now actually have to make good videos again. Not just videos, right? I mean, with Crimson Desert, it was a bit the same. You could just make a video about Crimson Desert and people would eat it up because, well, Crimson Desert was so popular, right? So it was like really, really easy to actually make content for that. But now, like, you know, now you actually got to make good videos again. Oh, I missed the jump off point. It's the same Umber Crew damage stacking, but you're not forced to do the Umber Crew damage stacking, right? You can just ignore it. I mean, it's stupid that Rogue is so heavily bugged, right? Personally, I would prefer if it simply wasn't, especially if it wasn't the same bug that was in before, and Blizzard somehow managed to not fix it. You know, I don't understand how super obvious bugs cannot get fixed. Maybe just disable the item that's causing the bug. Duh. It should be simple. But then again, I'm just an armchair developer, chat. What do I even know about game development, right? What does my lowly self even know? Hello? Is there a maggot waiting for me somewhere here? Thank you. Thank you. Shooting without any kind of imbuement just feels like a waste right now. You're like, oh, that's level 60. Okay, level 60, sub 1 hour. I think we're going to hit the 1 hour mark. Yeah, we just hit it once, like right there now. So 60 in exactly 1 hour, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't do Umber stacking until I wanted to try Pit 150. Yeah, but you're not really doing Pit 150, right, Miko? I can understand the allure of seeing this Pit 150 finish, but at the end of the day, you're not even doing it, right? Because you're like, it's the bug doing it. I mean, I can understand, like, as a casual gamer, just casually wanting to experience the 151s. You know what? I can actually understand that. What I cannot understand is the gamers that actually actively farm Pit 150, right? They're like the actual leaderboard pushers. They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Pit 150 now. Right? These I cannot understand. Casual gamer, I mean, you can't blame a dude for wanting to get that 150 title, even though it's a hollow title. Honestly, this has been like such a fun level experience here with a rogue. Wonder how soon we can swap over to the Rain of Arrows build. Because in order for Rain of Arrows to really work, we need to hit certain breakpoints. But I wonder if we can, out of the house, hit like those breakpoints relatively easy. And get it running. And the problem is, like, you need cooldown reduction, you need bonus ranks, you need... I think we might need the set to actually do it, right? I don't even know what the rogue set exactly does. So we'll have to see. I wish I could make my own seasons. I mean, it would be cool if there was a way to make private leagues like you can do in Path of Exile. That would actually be pretty rad. I'm with you. Especially if the private league setup had like all the old leagues that we've had in Diablo so far, right? And you could like put these features in. That would be really cool. So absolutely with you. It'd be kind of cool. The problem is that Blizzard is just like so iron on removing like all the old content every single time, right? I don't even think there exists like a database of the old content, right? You're almost wondering if there did. Okay, I think we're gonna buy one more new weapon here. Very surprised you're playing Rogue. I mean, we're not, you know, playing the bug thing today. Also, Necrobarb Sorg. We already finished Necro. Well, we still have one more build to do, but mostly finished Necro. Barb is... I mean, it's still going to be the Ancient Barb. But for Barb, I'm waiting for the Mythic fix. And Sorg is really not interesting. I mean, have you actually looked at Sorg this season? How boring it looks? I mean, no offense if you enjoy it, but have you seen it? Private server is a moddable game, yeah, easy. I mean, I like these private leagues in Path of Exile are always cool, and being able to like create your own private league, that would be super funny. At the end of the day, it's free money, so I guess free money you don't even have to do anything for, right? I didn't get a new weapon. I feel that. I have to open like 1-2 chests here. Let's do that. Token's not interesting. Report cancel. Yeah, I mean, Sork did that to himself. When I keep complaining that the Necro class balancing dude is uninspired, but I gotta say the Sork dude seems to be even more uninspired. It's like, oh, Lightning Sword. Have you heard about Lightning Sword? Yeah, what about Lightning Sword? Yeah, and then maybe more Lightning Sword? Rogue main, you haven't even played any other class? What? So you need to at least try a little bit around. So much fun to be had in Diablo between all the classes. Okay, new weapon, please. We've unfortunately died 2 times, which slowed like the whole progression down. Guess that can happen. Wow. Gotta love it when inside triggers. No, frozen. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Out of my way, nerds. Dexterity. Oh, that's a lot of maximum life bonus. Yeah, that's great. I mean, 800 maximum life. This economy. Absolutely amazing. And we get our threat up again. Okay, give me those maggots. What a power level for a little. No, absolutely not, my friend. I mean, the whole reason why we're doing these level streams is because first and foremost, leveling is fun. And second and most important, like not everyone power levels, right? So I at least want to give people an insight on how the leveling would still go with a character, where the struggles are lying and that kind of stuff, right? And I just like leveling. I mean, the whole leveling process is so slow. So fast. I mean, we're 1 hour, 9 minutes in right now. Right? And we're sitting at... Nice. 1,000 bonus damage. So, like 600 item power versus 810 item power, chat. Let's see how much more damage that is now, huh? What do you think Season Fest best character for a hardcore? If I had to play hardcore, I would probably play Druid. Because I could make Druid effortlessly tanky. And when I say effortless, I mean that, right? There's not much you gotta do. Druid is like quite super tanky, so yeah. Definitely Druid for me. Super easy to get to that point. Also, the Druid itself, very tanky gameplay, very tanky play style this season. So all in all, my confidence vote definitely goes for Druid. Okay, there's supposedly another... There it is. One more up here. And then technically two more up here. Or not a single one up here. Robbery. I've been having trouble hitting the breakpoints for the Rain of Arrows. Any tips other than get lucky on GAs? We will see as we try ourselves, my friend. I mean, getting lucky on GAs is definitely helpful, but there gonna be also a non-GA way to do this, right? I mean, end of the day, 225 energy and around 15-second cooldown is what you're looking for. And when I say around 15-second cooldown, it's like 15.1, 15.2, right? I think the harder part might be the 225 energy. But on the other hand, like, is it really that hard? You just got to get it on every item where resource is possible. And you might have to compromise damage just for functionality in the beginning. But you want to make it work. So compromising damage for functionality is not really a compromise. It's kind of like just what you got to do. Okay, 69, ladies and gentlemen. One more maggot-fueled invasion, and we are donezo. Okay, 1,000 life each from the two blades. What's more important in hardcore, Fortify or Barrier? You want both. I mean, Fortify gives you heal and damage reduction, while Barrier is another layer of life that makes you tankier. So optimally, you would like to have both layers. There is no sense in not tapping into every layer of defense that is available to you. Unless you hate being tanky. I feel like, Pony, I hate being tanky. I'm like, okay, sir. I mean, weird, but you do you, right? Pop off, son. And that's it. That's a wrap. 1 hour, 13 minutes. Leveled up. Now let's see. 4 Rain of Arrows. We would need the... What does the set do? Basic skills, you gain stack of Vengeance. Yeah, I get that. 5 stacks. While you have Vengeance, you gain Dark Shrouds. And while you have Vengeance, your marksman skills do increase damage and you trigger the last skill you used. Okay, so I don't need the set to make it work. That's interesting. I could technically add a Rain of Arrows at this point already, instead of the Poison Imbuement, for example. Let's pull that out. And we're going to go for Rain of Arrows damage increase for every stack of Ferocity. Yeah, and we can get Ferocity stacks with this one. Then we can have Rain of Arrows deals damage or Rain of Arrows, yeah, cooldown reduction. Cool. And the cooldown is at 38 seconds right now. And Rain of Arrows now comes from the side in shorter waves and no longer mobilizes, but instead deals damage and knocks enemies towards. Ah, is the easy source of vulnerable. Okay, I can see that. This is Dark Shroud. Yeah, that is good. I don't need the movement speed. Increase your dodge chance while you have at least one active in Dark Shroud. The energy regeneration is still worth it for leveling. We can... Yeah, that's for crit chance. So we crit chance up. And we're going to keep this up here, right? Like, we got Heartseeker was bonus. Now, as a cooldown, it fires traditional to your left or right. Dealing... Now, we don't need that. We need to stay with this one for now. And we're just like trying to check what we can do for this. Okay, Paragon. We can spend Paragon already to just become stronger because Paragon spending is a no-brainer. Now in the first one, we are... What is... Rogue is all dexterity, right? Now. Spend some of those. Then we go for Cheap Shot. Cheap Shot is you deal increased damage, double against crowd controlled. That one is simple to like pull through. Then we got No Witnesses. That is your ultimate skills gain damage for your damage with ultimate bonus and grant this bonus to all other skills. Now that is super good because you're just going to juice up everything, right? Okay, damage with ultimate. Thanks. Then we're going to go into the Eldritch Bounty. Resistance to all elements. Resistance to all elements, always, if you can get it easy. A gift from the heavens. I kind of want to have that one, but I'm not sure how much we need. The defensive notes. I'm just literally unsure how tanky is Rogue, right? Do I need to tap into all of these nodes early? Or can you actually leave them on the road? I mean, I have obviously an obnoxious amount of points, which is very useful. And lastly, we got you deal increased vulnerable damage the first time the damage is reduced. Yeah. So that should also allow us to stay alive more. Okay, so the big question is now, we got the Rain of Arrows, but we can't cooldown reduce that yet, right? Because we don't have any cooldown reduction happening. So we get the inner side, we get all these point spends. Let's quickly trash everything we have in our inventory here. Go to our mercenaries. He had 5 pale marks. He has 9 pale marks. So we're gonna buy ourselves here. When casting human skill, you trigger an explosion around yourself. Thank you very much. Then we got defensive and resource. So we're just literally just, you know, 2 rings. So that is killing with a core skill, refunds, killing with a core skill, refunds. Casting ultimate skill reduces cooldown. That's actually useful. So like with the Apogeic Fury aspect, you can kind of cheat things because usually you wouldn't use this, right? But you can actually use the aspect of Apogeic Fury to maybe or maybe not make sure that you would be early. Chest piece. Oh, that has no life. It also has no life, which is kind of weird. That one has life. That one has life and energy regeneration for now. Okay, movement speed. Now let's go into Torment 1. I mean, like, first, jump into Torment 1. Overflow, good to see you there, partner. How you doing? What seems to be the strongest class so far? Hard to say currently because Rogue is bugged. Right? See, now ultimate is like cooldown locked. Not like we need it actually for progression. We're getting through this like that. And this is the perfect example how powerful like Paragon points are, because we didn't even look to get like a single aspect, right? We just went for Paragon points. Interestingly enough, if you have the aspect of Apogeic Furor and you cast your ultimate, then your ultimate doesn't actually reset its own cooldown. Thought I would do that. So we're pretty much stuck with 38 seconds right now. What I wonder is if more ranks into ultimate does actually reduce cooldown. What items do roll max resource, and are you able to temper max resource or no? No, you're not able to temper max resource. But you can use resource aspects to obviously roll max resource in the Horadric Cube. So that's obviously useful. Honestly, this barrage is really funny for zooming forward, chat. Shadow barrage. Quite intriguing. Everything dies. Okay, let's keep the Rain of Arrows now for things. I mean, right now we need our inner sight because I can't like reset the Rain of Arrows. I mean, technically we could play with preparation, and then whenever we spend 75 energy, it would reset Rain of Arrows, but that would require me to actually use my basic skill now to go for that. I just don't see that being worth it, especially not when we can just like here now we can put this down. So like this is what I meant. Like why even bother when we can? Okay, so we got tracker, but we need not a single one of the ones that we have. Rogue Pit 150 endgame, yeah, but Rogue is bugged, so that 150 endgame is bugged. You can also get max resources on your charms. Yes, that's actually true. So it's one of the easiest ways to get that. When you get max resource actually from your charms. 100% recommended to do so. Okay, we just got to Torment. So the first thing we require is the Beastfall boots, right? The Beastfall boots are from what opponent? Torment 1. We could probably jump instantly into Torment 2. Let's do that quickly. Torment 2. Do we actually have one of the aspects that we can use early? So what do we need? We could do Inner Calm. Why can you do Inner Calm? It's actually really funny because you're not moving. So with a rogue, you can pretty much just move by dashing, which keeps your Inner Calm bonus up all the time. Yeah. We could use Vehement Brawler. Vehement. Is there a cooldown aspect I can use early? Cooldown, what do we have? Defense and mobility skills, cooldown rate while moving. Yeah, sure, I could use that. Otherwise, Apogeic doesn't work. Casting core skills reduces the cooldown of one of my skills. Yeah, sure. Could probably do that. Guys, know the Beastfall boots are for Rain of Arrows as well. Casting a core skill, resetting a cooldown, resets like any cooldown. Okay, I missed that one where we kill an enemy, get resource. That aspect was actually cool. Because we get like more resource for killing enemies. Dude, I can't wait to have like Rain of Arrows actually as my main skill. Rogue just plays so relaxed right now. I finally need my basic skill once in a while. I haven't actually casted that one in a hot minute now. So the good thing is, I actually kept a lot of equipment pieces with maximum resource grader affixes for one single reason. And that reason was, hey, what if I ever want to play Bone Spirit? Yeah, like, it was actually the reason, like, what if I wanted to play Bone Spirit? But the thing is, now that we're playing, now that we're planning to play Rogue, I'm like, hey, Pony, you're actually a genius, right? Perfect that you kept all of these for the case that you would play Rain of Arrows Rogue. Wasn't even on my list of things I plan to do, but hey. Sometimes you're smarter than you look. Wait, you actually don't look smart, so always. Okay, we're just in Torment 2, chat. With random hillbilly stuff. Good. I gotta import all my resources from the other character in a second. That's what's currently missing. There's the boss. Rain of Arrows out. Dude, Rain of Arrows does so much damage. Like, even without anything boosting it, right? A Rain of Arrows is just deadly. I mean, you just cast that on the boss and he's just gonzo. See, but this is like how I think ultimate should be, right? I mean, my ultimate should be an absolute nasty mass destruction thingy. Could you just go away? I'm like trying to... Thank you. You said you could put the resource aspect in the cube to get max resource on items. Yes, absolutely. I mean, the resource aspect is for resource stuff. You can get resource per second, or you could get also maximum resource from it. Like, that's normal. You can also check what items can get maximum resource by literally going to the enchanta, pulling an item in, and then just popping it open on the side. It shows you everything that is possible to roll on the item, right? Boots cannot have maximum resource. An amulet, for example, can actually have maximum resource. A chest piece can have maximum resource. A helmet can also have maximum resource. And obviously, if these are 900 item power items, then the maximum resource they can have is higher. Okay, that's Torment 2 now. So this is like how easy it is to put these things together, Zach. That's why we're making these live streams. Again, that's why we're talking about these things, right? A lot of things might be trivial, but it doesn't mean that everyone, like, it's not trivial for everyone. We all learn different. We all have different, like, knowledge bases and that kind of stuff. So let me put all my, here. So this is my stack of awesomeness. Put my stack of awesomeness over to the other character. I think Beastfall boots were from the Beast of Eyes, if I'm not mistaken, right? Do we have talisman items? Lesser talisman items and... Yep. Diablo filter. Thank you. By the way, how do you like that costume, chat? Looks pretty good, doesn't it? So Beastfall boots are from Endariel. Oh, interesting. The good thing is Beastfall boots always come with maximum resource, chat. right? So that's like the biggest thing about the Beastfall boots per se. This is your easiest way for maximum resource. Now, you could obviously just try to get an ancestral of that by going for normal boots and then upgrading them to unique. And you should have them sooner or later. We're going to put some here. Pincushion Dolts in. Pincushion Dolts is in Dariel, right? Beastfall boots. There you go. 15 maximum resource, so the maximum they can actually roll. In that. So this would already put us up at 15 resource. So when you cast a non-channel ultimate skill, it consumes all of your energy and deals 75% increased damage per consumed energy. Now, that's only a 75% damage increase, or a little bit more than a 75% damage increase, and using a cooldown restores 25 energy, which is actually useful to get energy back for dish dashing around. So it's already great to just randomly boost my shiznit, right? So that's a good one, like no-brainer good one. You could also then just go here and re-roll the cold resistance for movement speed, right? And then we're also going to just temper movement speed on the boots. So it's probably like the easiest thing you can do right now. I mean, actually, movement speed is not wanted. You don't want movement speed because the thing is that you're going to be mainly moving over dash, right? It sounds a bit weird, but you're going to move over dash, so technically movement speed is not wanted. I'm still going to play movement speed for now because it is what it is. So that would be your first 15 resource bonus. Someone wants something from me? No, we're good. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm not a wanted criminal once in a while. You get CDR from preparation, right? Using all of your energy is equals to 3. Yes. So the main goal is preparation. Spend 75 energy to reduce ultimate skill cooldown by 5 seconds. You need a 15-second cooldown reduction, ergo you need 2 to 5 energy. Right now I have 15 energy plus. Where do I get more energy from? Oh, that's actually very simple. I can just go for a helm. So we get our here maximum resource because I obviously prepared something ahead of time. I mean, this is collected. Now, how would we craft on this? Very simple. You're going to remove the resource generation, but the problem is I can't do that because if I now remove the resource generation, I might remove the maximum resource. So first, we're going to get rid of the core skill because core skill is not wanted in here, correct? What we need, though, is cooldown reduction as well. How would we get cooldown reduction? Cooldown reduction would be a utility aspect. So you're going to add utility. That is now impairment reduction. Terrible, so focus reroll. So we're going to reroll now that focus reroll into cooldown reduction, but it should be 8%. So let's get that up. I mean, I got 500 to reroll. As you can see, I don't often use this one because, well, why? It's just not required. So we can now roll until we hit the cooldown reduction at 8. Now, you know what? I wanted 8%. I'm not greedy, but I literally have the resources to do so. So we could chase perfection this time around. Obviously, you also want a greater affix to cooldown reduction because the thing is, you don't only need the resources, you also do need the cooldown reduction. So you need like a little bit of both. The question rather is like if you have maximum resource on the one item as a greater affix, then you don't need cooldown reduction as a greater affix. But if you have cooldown reduction on the other item, then make sure that you get maximum resource as a max roll. Kind of. Okay, if we now hit like anything close to 8, we're going to take it so we can actually keep playing, you know? And then we can later roll this perfect, I guess. Okay, I'm not even getting cooldown reduction anymore. It's over, chat. It's true ever. They don't want it to have it. This is the price we pay for chasing perfection. We're getting stiffed. Life regeneration is a utility aspect. Well, I didn't know. I mean, I did know, but I keep forgetting it consistently. Okay. Well, as it seems, chat, cooldown reduction has left the building. It doesn't exist anymore. One tip, by the way, if you're going... Oh, that's 5%. We're not doing this. If you're doing what I'm doing here right now, do not put an aspect on. Okay? Do not put an aspect on. Always upgrade to legendary. Because upgrade to legendary might give you a better rolled aspect than you would have had, right? Or it gives you an aspect that you don't even have. It doesn't literally hurt to just do that. When you do have the resources, I have like 800 to upgrade to legendary, right? So yeah. The change where you reroll into the same affix is not great. I think there should always be change. So like there should be a rule that I can't roll into the same affix of the same percentage. So if I reroll, I can't hit resource generation. I can't hit like life regeneration of the same value, right? I would have to, okay, let's go 6.5 cooldown reduction for now. Then we're going to add a defensive one because we do need maximum life. And then we can focus reroll until we actually hit maximum life. Yep. And then we're going to remove the resource generation for I don't want energy, I want dexterity. Oh, this is like such a low rolled item right now. Obviously, it's better than what we have. So this is the maximum low rolled item, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very disappointing. Now, the interesting part, though, is I got 2 emeralds in Grand. Because I never, like, have played rogue so far. So I never required anything in that regard. So now we can go with this item and upgrade it to legendary. And get whatever aspect you're looking for. Obviously, I'm not looking for that aspect. We're going to put on is the aspect of might. Why might? Easy damage reduction. So now we're already sitting at 6.5 cooldown and 25 resource. So that's nice. I can masterwork the item before tempering. Very important. Because now I'm either going to move it to the cooldown reduction or I'm going to move it to the resource. Right? So we can go for the 11.4% cooldown reduction. Or I could put my maximum resource higher, which I'm actually going to go for here. So we're going to try to hit the maximum resource. We're going to try to hit the maximum. Thank you. So that's 40 max resource from one item. Did it go past the 8% cooldown reduction? Yeah, that happens. I mean, the good thing is I can keep re-rolling this. So this is not done. If I now wanted to re-roll the cooldown reduction, I could still do that. Right? Did I forget to take my chromatic tuning prisms? Oh, there they are. So I can still roll that. Now we just need to temper maximum life. So already my Rain of Arrows cooldown is down to 36 seconds, right? And my resource is up to almost 150. So I could reduce by... Come on, give me the max roll. I mean, we have 200 skulls almost. That's crazy. I wish the materials would be account-wide. I don't understand why the cube materials are not being saved in the cube. Yes, I really don't see why these are not account-wide. Why they have to be, like, items that are being pulled in. It just makes no sense for me to make him like this. I mean, like, it's the most inconvenient way possible, right? Especially because we want to use the cube between multiple characters. So this would now grant me already here 155 resource. Obviously, we don't need it yet. Let me see. I don't need a specific bow, right? I just need a bow. Do I want a crossbow or do I want a crossbow is more maximum damage, right? Wait, do you want damage over time? No, critical strike damage, right? Yeah. Something like that. Let's see if I can just jump into Torment 3 quickly. With this now. With Torment jumping, bumping. So. Now, this is like where we're now missing the cooldown. I wonder if I could play with preparation already. Because preparation would end of the day give me let me see if we can play with preparation. Wait, I could play with preparation and give me a second.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Resource. For basic skills, ground bonus resource. See. I wonder if I could start with this already. When you start with D4, you do the campaign. So now we just released all of this, right? And then we gotta spend enough resource. But now I just spam away my skill, and see like the cooldown is already there. So we're gonna do this again. Get my resource back. Spend it again. So pretty much keep Rain of Arrows for packs of elites, right? Because normal enemies I can kill like this. And do this. See, like almost can use the system already. I think with another cooldown reduction, it would be convenient. And this is what like so with one bonus item, see we almost have it. Right, so we literally just got the helmet. Okay, we just got the helmet here with the cooldown reduction and the maximum resource. So we hit the first breakpoint almost. I mean, we need 225, right? But at least we could hit 150. 150 is already 10 seconds instead of just 5 seconds. So that's good. Oh shit! Wait, we get the shrine, Chan. The shrine allows us to spam. So this is how it's going to play down the line, right? When you actually have it then. That's gonna be glorious, chat. It's gonna be glorious. Yeah, I need to like look where I target this because that seems to play like a very big role. Are you gonna go with freeze later? Yes. I mean this is like right now we're using this here because we just have the shadow stuff and it's the easiest way how to get ferocity right now. But there are other ways to also gain ferocity, so then we can go over to cold. But I pretty much just had this because it was like the easiest way how to get ferocity stacks. But we're actually gonna have a ring for ferocity stacks. Probably grab that right now. Okay, ulti. Dude, I see that damage of that ulti, Chad. Let's reset this quickly. And ulti. Done. Woo! I mean, honestly, for a barely functional version of this, right? It's kind of doing good already. So there is a ring. It's called Scoundrel's Kiss. And your marksman skills deal increased damage per stack of ferocity. Really cool. Scoundrel's Kiss comes from the Bucha. The problem is I shouldn't have any more fresh mead. Still have some fresh mead. Scoundrel's Kiss. There we go. So this one says 12.3% more damage for every stack of ferocity. Probably one of the biggest damage gains that we can just get there like that.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, get our Scoundrel's Kiss. It has a fizz damage multiplier, but we probably need cold damage multiplier. Has attack speed and life on kill. Thing is, what you can do with this one now is we can temper resource cooldown reduction. Right? That's another 5% cooldown down. Now's the question, do I have anything with cooldown reduction? I have gloves with cooldown reduction. I would have never kept... I have gloves with a greater affix to cooldown reduction. Huh. Huh. I'm not sure why I have that, but I can work with this. I have rings with a greater affix to cooldown reduction. That's obviously really, really good. So this is also like godsend, right? Damn, look at this ring, chat. This ring is actually made perfectly for this build. It has everything. I mean, I just have to change the resource cost reduction for anything that's not resource cost reduction. So we're going to go for chaotic reroll on the resource aspect and get a poison damage. We don't want poison damage, so let's remove the poison damage for crit damage multiplier. Ladies and gentlemen, don't mind me just making the perfect ring quickly, right? Don't mind me making the perfect ring. I mean, I knew I had one of these flying around, but still kind of illegal. So we need to hit the cooldown reduction here, because that is one of the higher ways to get cooldown reduction. Okay, could you just hit the cooldown reduction? No, there's no cooldown reduction in this house. Okay, cool. How many times have you hit the critical strike chance? You want to hit that one more time? I mean, the crazy part is we didn't even temper it, so we have a higher chance to hit the cooldown reduction, right? But there's no cooldown reduction in this house. Then you're going to get your cooldown reduction here as well as the greater affix. I hate having resources anyways. Right? We hate having resources anyways, Chan. So, that's a beautiful ring.
Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Diamonds. I can make 2 ground diamonds, actually. Nice. So, I can put, for now, the ferocious aspect on that. Ferocious gives us more stacks of ferocity. It's going to land on the weapon, though. End of the day. Okay, so with this one, we got now 16 and 9% cooldown reduction. Look at this, 26.64 seconds, like from 34 to 26. So that's amazing. We're almost at the 15 seconds already, right? I mean, if you now like, so this is like only a 5.2% temper, right? If we now would temper cooldown reduction on the amulet, obviously, I mean, this is like a 600 item power amulet, right? This is terrible. We don't have to talk about this, but we're also not going to use it. But if I now temper like cooldown reduction on this, That's 5.4. So we're down to 25.2. That brings us down to a... Let's do Torment 4 here. Right, quickly. Okay, let's see. So like how quick now the cooldown, how quick the cooldown works. Now I can use it again already. So this is, by the way, how it's then going to play when it's fully functional, pretty much. We're obviously not there yet, but close. What is the bugged about Rain of Arrows? Nothing is bugged about Rain of Arrows. So we're playing the unbugged version. We're playing the version that's not abusing the Umber crew to clear pit 150 without even trying. And I'm not even interested in telling you how the bug actually works. But Rogue can clear pit 150, but obviously that is cheap because it's like stolen valor. It's like Elon Musk paying a Chinese person to play for him and then pretending you did it yourself, you know? That kind of weirdness. No one of us wants to be like Elon, right? Didn't play himself. Well, I mean, he had a Chinese person farm everything for him, Duckle. In case you didn't know that. And then he tried to play himself, just failed horribly. Not like he didn't try. Elon Musk meme will never die. I mean, like if there's even if it's like 10 years from now, I'll keep the meme alive because I just find it too funny. What build is this? This is Rain of Arrows Rogue in its non-full version yet. Okay, so there's still more that needs to come together for it. But I mean, this character is now 1 hour and 53 minutes old, FYI, right? So it's not like this character is now played for days already. It's an hour-old character. Boop. Saw that? Beautiful, isn't it? Ah, so good, so good. So we still really don't have any glyphs to play, so we're just keep leveling up Headhunter. We're doing crit chance on Mega Lunatic. My Paragon board has Fathomless, Demonic Specules, Dominion, Greater Hack. Should I change any of those boards or just change the crit hit Wrath glyphs? Crit hit Wrath glyph, yes, 0. The boards seem decent. Okay, these gloves are better than the other gloves, but that's not really hard because my other gloves are shit. I mean, if I now could get gloves also with cooldown reduction, then we should be set up, right? So that's Torment 4 already. I'm clearing 125, 130 with Dance of Nice Rogue. Should I swap to push higher solo? I don't know what the limit for Dance of Knives is. I honestly cannot tell you. I simply do not know. So I wouldn't advise you on swapping because I just simply do not have the knowledge to tell you what would make sense or not. Okay? If that's the limit. Let's reroll our intelligence with a chaotic reroll into an offensive aspect. That is now crit damage multiplier, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to re-roll the maximum life, as much as I would like to keep the maximum life, also with a chaotic re-roll into a hopefully offensive aspect. And we hit resource cost reduction. Now we can take the resource cost reduction and just turn it into something that is not resource cost reduction. Preferable critical strike chance. Are we changing things? Because we can. Boring to not change things. I mean, not what I'm looking for, but might as well stick with it because I don't seem to be getting what I'm looking for today, right? I mean, I just want crit chance. It shouldn't be that hard. So let's keep this glove here right now. We're going to upgrade this, and we're going to, again, try to masterwork the cooldown reduction. Yeah, the cooldown reduction. The cooldown reduction. Thank you very much. This time it was vastly easier. And then we temper crit damage. Oh, wow. First hit. I'm insane. So now that is another 16%. So we get 16, 16 at 9. We get the 8, which is low because we just didn't hit that higher yet. And we can actually get it higher. And this brings us grand total up to 21.16. So now we just need a chest piece that also has either resource or... Can chest piece actually have cooldown reduction? When we get resource on armor. I get another helmet with cooldown reduction or maximum resource. I'm actually a demon. What can I say? I've been hoarding these. Chat, don't you judge me. I've been literally hoarding this shit. There is resource cost reduction. Okay, we need the Demon Brawler. So that pair of glove is absolutely insane for what we're doing. I need a better pair of pants, and my pair of pants is full defense. So obviously, if this one would be greater affix, it could have more maximum resource. We're sitting at 155. We need a chest piece. A chest piece preferable with a greater affix maximum resource. Can my boots hit cooldown reduction? No, my boots can't. Cooldown reduction on an amulet. Cooldown reduction? I think I have one. Yeah, here. Chad, I have something prepared for you. Yeah, I mean, look at me, Chad. I don't come like unequipped to a party. I've been just hoarding this shit for days now. Okay, we're gonna cooldown reduction amulet, which means we're gonna add an affix and it's going to be an offensive affix. That offensive affix is going to be not dexterity. So we're gonna focus reroll this now until we hit something that's cool. You know, like critical strike damage. I wonder, can an amulet get maximum resource? That's a very good question. Crit damage multiplier 40. Adding another offensive one. Let's shadow. Let's see. Can we get maximum resource? I mean, since I don't have anything better, it might be good to actually roll the maximum resource on it. So this is resourceful tuning prism. As you can see, the resource cost reduction, but you can now use the resourceful tuning prism to actually hit maximum resource, preferable as like obviously the highest value possible. The good thing is there's not many rolls that you can hit resource wise on an amulet. So getting like maximum resource to 20 shouldn't be impossible, right? I mean, it's like energy on kill, it's resource cost reduction, and that's about it. Right, so you should be hitting something around 20. I mean, highest we've seen is 18 now. Okay, we're going to take 18. So we got cooldown reduction. We get the 2 multipliers. Then we can go here. We can now get the cooldown reduction again. This build has cost me the most money so far because, you know, you actually need to hit certain things. I need to hit the cooldown reduction because the resource is useless if I don't get the cooldown, right? Cooldown reduction as well. I wonder how much lower this brings me now. Because if I hit the 9% here on this one as well, right? We're going to be sitting at another 25% below. Come on. Nice. Okay, so this is now 9. And that gets us to 17. Huh. And that's already with a greater affix to cooldown reduction here, with a greater affix to cooldown reduction there, and cooldown reduction on this item. I guess what we could do is you could reroll the life on kill and try to get cooldown reduction, which would bring us down to 1607. Oh boy. I mean, that's quite some tinkering we had to do to get this in any meaningful value stage. Jesus. I mean, my amulet does have double cooldown reduction, my friend. It does already. Let's see how that plays now. These things active. I mean, you really want to have this, I think, as a 900 item power item, so you actually get the most out of this, right? Yeah, see now, like now with the lower cooldown, it's almost instantly active. Like if I then spend some resource, we're just going down here. Like even in non-optimal right now, we have this already running. Someone was asking, like, I think the cooldown is more important than the resource because you can at least get it somewhat running with the core skill version, right? Before you achieve this. Breakpoints are pretty tricky to hit. I think it's like you could even play this build if you don't hit the breakpoints ASAP, right? You gotta consider that we're fast tracking this right now, correct? So you could play it's like a slightly less efficient version. You destroyed the ring. I destroyed the old ring. It all stands and falls though with the Beastfall boots, because the Beastfall boots are giving you like energy on... Oh, you know what I wonder, Chad? Would it be better to have Barrage use up more energy, technically? Because technically, Barrage uses up more energy. The interesting part is these flat boots on cooldown use give us energy, right? And since we then on cooldown use also reset the cooldown of the dash, we can just get energy easy. So we do this, right? Then we dash to get our energy back, instantly blast, and then have our Rain of Arrows. Then dash, get the energy back, right? Have the dash, energy back, Rain of Arrows. It's kind of like feeding in itself. Dash, get energy back, Rain of Arrows. Very easily useful. Okay, now we just need to get better weapons. Chip, turf, tracker, infusion, grenadier, diminished chip, headhunter. Oh, still headhunter leveling. That's torment 5. Use the sightless set. Well, I don't even have a single set item yet. Ali. So the issue is that we don't have a single set item yet. No. Not a single one. Okay, here, talisman items. Do you have energy back or regen faster? I mean, I think we're like good at what we're doing so far. So for the version to work, right? But it's like, for me, it's interesting to figure out how could you make the version also work like more, like, you know, for people that don't have everything just lying around in their stash. I'm happy how relatively effortless it is to put this through its paces. So that's good to see. Because in all honesty, it's like really simple to pull this off. I guess it helps that I have played a couple of times already the Death Trap build. Because if you're used to Death Trap and how Death Trap basically functions, like the actual Rain of Arrows build makes like more sense to you, right? If you never played Death Trap before, you're just like, huh? What am I supposed to do here? You're saying there's a set that can help to manage the cooldown early. I mean, currently we just need like more energy. That would solve the problem. And we're at 177 energy, right? So if we now get a chest piece with a greater affix to maximum resource, that's almost fixed. But even if I get one without a greater affix to maximum resource, I would get 25. Like, I wonder how many greater affixes to resources you actually need, because yeah, I guess you would need one charm with resource to effortlessly make it work. Probably. I mean, 2 charms with resource would obviously be better, but one charm with resource would probably go a long way. Because then you just get 25 resources that you don't have to have anywhere else. How to do Paladin this season? Zeal Paladin. Oh, I'm playing Soul Selfhound, so there's no trading for me, my friend. I am in the dirt. I'm in the dust. Okay, 2 set charms, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess you could technically use... is there still a cooldown reduction? Is there still a cooldown reduction? Oh, 2 set charms for the marksman skills, ladies and gentlemen. Damn. Damn. So is there still a cooldown reduction rune? Okay, let's see where we can roll this into. So we're looking for marksman skills, right? Because Rain of Arrows is a marksman skill. Or maximum resource. So we're going to just hammer this button right now until we'll see marksman skill or maximum resource. Shouldn't be impossible. The good thing is I can at least see that's 10 maximum resource. Problem is to get 25 out of this, that's 3 to marksman skills. Okay. Does oh shit, they're the same. Does the ranks to marksman skills, so this is 16 seconds. The ranks do actually not reset the cooldown. Okay. Honestly, I think hitting resource is easier than hitting marksman skills, so that's 15. Let's go. Okay, so with 15, we're at 192, which means I need a chest piece right now. Do I have a chest piece with the maximum life greater affix? Something in that direction. This is maximum life. Okay, so we're going to remove the... Oh, then we're going to add resource. $18. Not sure if I have to roll that to 20. We're going to add a resistance. That's fizz and then all. Because this is how it works. It's always fizz, then all. And we're going to remove one. And we're going to remove the all resistance as well. And we're going to add back again. This is like the easiest way how you get a max rolled. See, that's max rolled now. I'm going to remove the lightning resistance. Actually, I don't have to remove the lightning resistance. I could just play this safe. And re-roll the... lightning resistance to armor. Armor. Thank you. Now we need to master work this and hit the resource. See, that's 31. But 31 is actually missing 2. So I'm sitting at 223. Yeah, that's scam. So I literally have to now re-roll that resource aspect until I hit the 33. Because we know we can hit 33, right? There's 2 missing. Oh, but it actually deletes the... It deletes the greater affix from it? When you do that? Oh no, now I don't know how high it would be if I... How high does it have to be to 22? It has to be 25?
You know where to find me.
Probably. I mean, easiest would be getting the Beastfall boots in Ancestral. So we're just going to Oboe Gamble. And then turn Ancestral boots to...
Try again.
Yeah. Good morning, Katie. We do interact with you, Allie. Why wouldn't we? But when we're thinking, you know? When we're thinking. So that one is almost perfect. I mean, the easiest way to hit this now would be really just going for the focus reroll on the resource still. Until I just hit the... So 22 is not the max. It can go up to 24. That's too higher. But 24, if I now upgrade this, should be 23 again, right? Let me just see out of interest. So if I now hit this again, I'm just burning through money like there's no tomorrow today. I'm going to be forced to farm money in a second because I'm not mathing correctly. So 24 is sitting at 34. And 34 is exactly enough. Now, the only thing that we need is the Aftermath aspect, because that's the problem. What does the aspect of Aftermath do? So the aspect of Aftermath says the cast and ultimate skill generates energy per skill rank. Okay. And that energy per skill rank is required. So in order to get the Aftermath aspect, which is a resource aspect, we would have to roll... We have to roll rings. Yep, only rings. Well, they're not really appearing much in Legendary.
Taken apart. Let it down.
We have to go like one tier higher, probably. Mm-hmm. I want to temper your chest. I mean, like, it's not required. It's optional to temper the chest. Yeah, we can just get maximum life on it. There we go. You know what my problem is? I am scared to transfigure my items now. Because if I would transfigure my items wrong, you would essentially end up with a whole lot of a disaster. Because you are potentially... Okay, let's see. See, this now resets instantly, but the problem is that we don't have the resource necessarily to be able to cast it right away again. So we get the 225 resource, but we're not restoring the 225 resource. Unless I would go for the... One thing I need is a greater affix bow. That's something I'm definitely missing. Let's spawn all of these. Okay, cool. Why don't you put yellow gear in the cube and try to get the aspect? Oh, we could definitely do that, sir. I'm fully with you. You buy it with pale marks? I don't think we have enough pale marks to buy anything. At this point, we can get rid of the barrage, and we could... interesting part is, like, Rogue ain't effortlessly strong, right? So what we did here right now to make this strong is definitely not something I would have done on my first character. I'd have to like play like the barrage build, for example, in a lower torment tier for a while to get to this point, right? So it's only so efficient because we pretty much had like a lot of the free resources out there. There's the dude. Okay, 1 and 2. Cool. It was going really good. What does fluidity do again? Fluidity was... yeah. Keep upgrading Headhunter. Okay, what we should do is we should gamble rings like we've done before, but this time we're going to take everything that we have with and on the rings and then just upgrade them to legendary. So you're going to break everything down, right? We have here. And you're going to get yourself the rings again. We're going to check if... oh, we got Aspect of Aftermath, Chad. Cool. So we get saved here. Aftermath. So... Aftermath, 1 out of 7. So this says now, casting an ultimate skill generates 7.5 energy per skill rank it has. So my ultimate skill currently has 20 skill ranks. If we're now going here into the... hit 7, right? That means for 20 ranks, it's 20 times 7.5. So if I now press this button, right, my energy is almost full up. Then we pretty much dash, have the energy full up. So right now I could easily make sure that my energy actually resets enough for my thing to be active. Now I do need to get my ferocity still. We're not getting any stacks of ferocity. See, big difference, right? Now, obviously, what we want to have is a greater affix bow to really make this work. But we're sitting now like at the comfortable level with the Aspect of Aftermath. There's a lot of breakpoints though to hit. I gotta say, like for beginners, Rogue is not friendly. It's such a setup build. I mean, I love doing setup builds, don't get me wrong. Like, it's one of my favorite things to do in Diablo. The setup builds are just so cool. And also, I just love Rain of Arrows, what can I say? So we obviously need a few more ranks now into the marksman skill that would instantly fix our problems. Right? And technically, we don't have the Rain of Arrows yet at the lowest enough cooldown. So we're only sitting at 16 seconds. That's not enough. Rain of Arrows looks awesome. It is awesome. Why not play Dance of Knives? Why play Dance of Knives when you have Rain of Arrows? But don't get me wrong, Dance of Knives is fun, but you cannot spam it, if that makes sense. So Dance of Knives you do in one location, right? And then you Dance of Knives around. And Dance of Knives will attack with attack speed XYZ. But you pretty much have to hold down that Dance of Knives button to have Dance of Knives do Dance of Knives thingies, right? While if I play Rain of Arrows, for example, right now, I can actually spam Rain of Arrows in the long run, right? So we can do one Rain of Arrows after the other and just clutter the field into arrows. And that's like super fun. Especially when I then have the full build like carried out, right? That's what I like about Rain of Arrows. Okay, so we are 4-7 now. It's about time that we need the proper bow for this. You notice how the damage is losing here. And it would also help if we finally get like better weapons, because both our weapons here are like 800 low item power. So these obviously we want as well as like fixed multipliers for what we're doing. I wonder if you have to like shoot this on him, or if you actually have to shoot it like next to him to get the most out of it. Right? That's my next charm piece. This is the wrong set, ladies and gentlemen. And again, does it matter as long as we're getting something that gives us more? Okay, we do also need a Gladiator's Triumph. Whatever a Gladiator's Triumph is. Where's that one coming from? A Gladiator's. That's from Astaroth. What material is Astaroth? Chaotic is Bartok. Astaroth is Chardu. Yeah, well, that wasn't a single item we were looking for.
Mainlander, what brings you?
It drops Mythic every time I do a Nemesis Lair. I haven't done a single Nemesis Lair in all this season, my friend. Not an absolute single one. No Nemesis Lair for Mr. Ponyhoff. A single good glyph too. Okay, we need a bow. We need swords. Also, a Respite and Dirk would actually be good. Okay. Oh, do I have a Respite and Dirk? I mean, I have the charm. Do I actually have the Dirk? Yeah, I have one. Can play this because it's just against isolated enemies, instant damage booster, right? Doesn't hurt. And then we need a sword. Anything, sword, dagger, something. Do I have a one-handed weapon with a greater affix? Oh, I haven't really kept many one-handed weapons, have I? That's very bad. I mean, I've really not kept anything one-handed. I mean, this one has at least critical strike damage multiplier, I guess. Could be worse, right? Main problem is that we're missing all the aspects, right? I don't have like many aspects. Do I have velocity, for example? No, we don't. I can use the aspect of ferocious though, and we can actually put this on my bow now. So that's good because that gives me double. We're sitting at 10 out of 12. This one can get inner calm for now. We got vehement brawler. We get our damage reduction. We could go debilitating toxins. I mean, we have a surprisingly good 850 item power right there as well. Set pieces, runes. Random Barrier. Use the skill with a cooldown. We always use skills with a cooldown. I need a bow. Bow. Where do I get a bow from, ladies and gentlemen?
New tool for the mainlander.
Where would I get a bow from? We don't have enough pale marks to gamble in the den right now, so bit of a Bit of a bummer. Oh, you know what we can do? We can actually go to Zarbinzad. Oh, I completely forgot that. What's the advantage of Zarbinzad? Well, so Zarbinzad has all these little reputation thingies for you. Just waiting.
What?
I mean, is there anything useful going to come out? No, but maybe. I mean, you never know. At least a set charm, see? Could be worse. Maybe a better aspect.
You know where to find me.
High velocity, there we go. Velocity. That one is marksman skills, deal damage. This bonus increases too against healthy enemies. So why not? And we got two set thingies that we don't need. Agility. I mean, you can technically take this set charm here. And I could have by chance re-rolled it into something that gives me what I'm looking for. Need to do one nightmare dungeon. Torment 7. I have a barrage mark in tier 12 at the moment. Grab a wind force and cruise until you get the arrow build. I mean, could do that, but we obviously wanted to do the Rain of Arrows as soon as possible, right? So that's that. I missed your Javazon. I never played Amazon. I always found her like cookie cutter boring character. I'm not saying she is. I'm just saying what, you know, how I felt. It's kind of like the old Barbarian. I also never touched that one in Diablo. Any of the old Diablos. It just seemed like, you know, basic Andy characters. I didn't want to be a basic Andy. But I like that we actually have an archer. I would have found it cooler if we had like a marksman. Rather, like, you know, what I like about Path of Exile is that Path of Exile had a marksman instead of, like, just an archer character. I mean, we also do have an archer character in Path of Exile too, right? Don't get me wrong. But, yeah. I felt marksman kind of cooler. What level should you go for Rogue? What level build? Ah, Twin. We did a Barrage level build. It was super fun. You pretty much had Heartseeker, Barrage, then you Shadow Imbued or Poison Imbued it, and that was it. Like, really, really simple, straightforward, very fun. My recommendation. I mean, you could also just go for Dance of Knives leveling, so that's totally down to you, what you prefer, how you like it. But I found Barrage kind of, like, intriguing. You use different skills depending on the situation. It sounds always fun, and then you just notice that people actually don't want to do that, right? I know what you're saying with different skills in different situations, but let's be real. What do people end up doing mostly? They're like, oh, different skills in different situations. How about I want a one-button build? Every time the same. Is Zeal also good for Paladin leveling? Yes, Zeal can be used for Paladin leveling. Highly efficient. Very fun. Okay, we need a greater affixed bow. And until we get a greater affixed bow, we're stuck. Is this Torment 12? No, sir. This is my new rogue who's currently 2 hours old. 1 hour of that was spent in leveling. And we're currently in Torment 7. We have 52 Paragon points we haven't put in. We have not a single glyph activated that we actually want. So, yeah. There's still a long way to go, pretty much. But we're doing fine. You know, progress good. Slow and steady wins the snail the race. Gonna start gathering more lair boss keys so we can farm our things in Ancestral. Dude, those poor thingies just get kicked over instantly. Are there plans for Path of Exile Soul Saffron? Yes, sir, but not this week. Next week, I think we're gonna do some more Path of Exile diving. Also need to prepare content when I'm on vacation. Probably gonna be a lot of obscure Diablo builds that we hadn't covered so far. To try Rain of Arrows. I mean, like, be aware that when you want to try Rain of Arrows, you need maximum resource, greater affixes, preferable. You also need to go for cooldown reduction, greater affixes. So if you have these things already, it's going to be better for you, right? So, like, I have here greater affix cooldown, greater affix, actually no greater affix, maximum resource, greater affix, cooldown, greater affix, right? So I've had a lot of these. But it's actually not hard to get these items, right? This is like the important part. Is it really hard to get these greater affixed items? Reality, no, it's not. In order to get these greater affixed items, you literally just have to... Oh, you know what would help to get resource back in the beginning? Energy on kill. I didn't actually think about it, right? But I right now need some more resource back on... Spamming more resource on kill. Would actually help. Huh. Didn't even think about that. So yeah, you need those. Because like right now my Rain of Arrows is, for example, at 16 seconds cooldown. But that's actually not enough. So I still need the cooldown 1 second lower, or at least 0.9 seconds lower, to really hit the breakpoint I'm looking for. Oh, we can actually activate my loot filter. The only loot filter you'll ever need. Because it is, in fact, the only loot filter you'll ever need. Goodness, this is going to be such a great fun. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. This is going to be such a good fun. Once we have this a bit further. Now, let me see. What do we have here? I think we could change one. Because right now we've been using a shade dashes after you dealing damage. Dash cooldown is reduced by 1 second per enemy hit. Okay. But we can also go for, at the end of dash, you enter stealth for 4 seconds and gain 1 stack of ferocity increased by 1 per 5 skill ranks. And that should be also working rather well. Now, what we have to do is we also have to go from shadow over to cold. And then we got when cold imbuement chills an enemy, cold is reduced. And when you freeze enemies while cold, gain stacks of overpower. Plus, cold have a chance to encase you in a barrier. Because that would be now really, really, really good. Okay, we got the... we're going to pull out the ranks here. I'm actually going to slam them over on this. Because this is how we can get easy ferocity now. Okay. And the only thing we now gotta get rid of is the barrage. But I still want to have the barrage right now, because we could go for the concealment, and concealment gets you like 4 stacks of resolve, more tanky. Concealment gains also stack of ferocity, also very good. And then casting concealment grants stacks of overpower, right? But no, like right now I still require my barrage to actually make things work. Okay, let's try to see if we can get talisman items, and we need to push our nightmare dungeons for branching pathways so we can actually use this properly. Oh, I don't need XP. I need nightmare dungeons. So we're going to try to get double nightmare dungeon in a row for nightmare dungeon. Oh, that's a nightmare dungeon escalation. Okay, pit. Yeah. So we're going to try to get to torment 8 now. That would be useful. We get another set piece, chat. That's the 3rd set piece now. Nice. If this could get for marksman skills, then we're already safe. Okay, let's see what we can get. 4 skills? No. Subterfuge. That's maximum resource again. Okay, while you have vengeance, you gain 1 dark shroud shot every 2 seconds. Damage reduction whenever you... Yeah, that's good. Does it make a difference whether you do an escalation for the obolts on tier 10 or tier 12? Yes, you get more obolts if you do it in a higher tier. Okay, let's jump into the next pit and... Gonna get a few more damage pieces from these quickly. Maybe we should have tempered something on our weapon chance, like critical strike chance. Who drops the Rust-Bitten Dirk? Is it still like, is it still Mephisto who drops it?
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Hardcore things take time. I mean, yeah, you cannot progress as quick as we're doing here in hardcore. I mean, you're literally, you gotta be careful. I don't have to be careful. I can do stupid things and accidentally die. All right, what's the worst that happens when I accidentally die? And I'm dead. Oh no. Right? Like, what's the worst that happens? We die. What we right now need would be the set charm for another damage multiplier. Because right now we're missing our unique charm. That would grant us another 120%. So instantly bring us up probably to the billions. Turkish General unique pull. I mean, you could just make daggers and upgrade them. So that's not really that hard, right? Problem is getting like the stats that are worth it, I assume. I don't want to go SC and have to get Lilith Shrine are not a thing anymore, my friend. Lilith Shrines are removed from the game. They're not a thing. So you can just go play softcore. There's no downside from like going softcore. So the farm is gone. There's no more renown. There's no more Shrines of Lilith. That stuff does not exist anymore. Okay, Rust-Bitten Dirk is general pool. Yeah, I just know I have it, right? Because I made it in the early game. But my current Rust-Bitten Dirk is kind of sad because it gives me like all damage multiplier. Doesn't seem good, right? I mean, like, it gives me all damage multiplier and weapon damage, but weapon damage is obviously useless, right? So when you're able to just unlash into him, that's just so much fun. Okay, still no glyph, chat. Not a single glyph that we would want to have. I mean, could I put any glyphs in here? You deal increased damage to elites with cutthroat and marksman skill. Yeah, I could just put that in. Right? For now. That one needs... What does it need to work? That one needs strength to work. Do I have enough strength around here? I probably don't have enough strength around there. Enough strength around there to make assassin work for now. No. So I like don't even have enough stats randomly around to make something just spontaneously work. 25? No, also not. See, I can't even like just randomly have it do things. For me, I just look for a spot with 2 hell worms close by each other and run back and forth between them to keep respawning. Also try... Oh, that's a good one, Doctor. I like that one. Average Mo, by the way. Thank you for the 4 months of support. 0. Sorry that I missed your 6. And Pyro with a 101. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I was a bit entranced by making this work. So apologies for missing your chats. I'll be paying more attention now. Okay, we got 2 runes. That's good. Finally, we're also in Torment 8. Torment 8 is an important jump. Why? Because from Torment 8 on, you're getting more experience. It sounds a bit stupid, but that's literally what it is. So every activity from the tree now does just grant you more XP. And that's fire, right? Why would you not want to have more XP? Okay, we have dagger. Let's see what we got here. I actually kept these ancestral daggers for one single purpose. To make myself more respite and dirks. It's funny how this works sometimes, but it's literally the only reason we have these. And we got the Umber crew plus an Ashen Ars. Cool. So yeah, we just kept it for a reason, and we didn't even get what we were looking for. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Far too nice. Sometimes you do that. But I guess I'll have to keep this respite and dirk here for a while now. You have to live like with a rather inefficient respite and dirk, and reroll the weapon damage into maximum life. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens there? Get all my loot in hardcore. Maybe another season. Good to know. 9 ball. It is definitely worth it. 9 ball. I mean, sometimes I do a hardcore challenge at the end of the season when I feel like, you know, I've did everything in softcore. And since you don't have to have like the altars of Lilith and so on anymore, it's like actually convenient nowadays. But it's fun to like restart everything. It's like, you know, the real solo self-found journey. Just go for hardcore and see like how well can you perform. So I like to do that. Yeah, I keep noticing how I don't have a greater affix bow right now that I can properly damage juice, but I guess I could also just get more multipliers. Who dropped my boots again? Who remembers, Chad? The Beastfall boots? Beastfall was from Endariel. Because once you're actually in Torment 8, I think it's worth it to start farming lair bosses. Now, I'm not sure how easy a lair boss kill in Torment 8 would be for us right now. I don't think it would be difficult. Which charm? Oh, you know what? I could play a I could play a Banished Lord's Talisman for now. Because we're actually running for overpower stacks, and I'm just thinking about how do I get my damage up, right? Because right now we're like missing our 5-set bonus. I'm not sure how you're feeling, chat, but I always feel like sad when I reach like Torment 8 and I don't even have my 5-set bonus. But I'm probably not the only one that is getting his set laid. Just say Undercity is worthwhile. If you have tributes, it is worthwhile. But I do it only for purposes. So I want Horadric Cube materials, right? I want talisman items. I want the like the mythic tribute, that kind of stuff, right? Then I do Undercity. Otherwise, I ignore it, right? Also, the Undercity is actually only worth it once you have done it enough that you get the Portal Pranksters, right? Before you have the Portal Pranksters, Undercity just doesn't feel worth it because you're pretty much playing it, but you're not getting the actual real bonuses out of it, right? Because without the Portal Pranksters, you can't get bonus portals, then you can't get bonus chests, then why are you even trying, right? What are you even trying to do? Like, you're putting tributes in for 0 use, essentially. Okay, we're pretty much not using our barrage anymore, apart from tapping that in between. Oh, do I have to do the campaign again in hardcore? That's a good question. Tell me, Nineball. Since they introduced, would I have to do the campaign again in hardcore? Oh no! And Undercity is only like really good again when you have everything set up and then it serves a purpose, pretty much.
I have devoured many.
Got a set, but the wrong one. It's so easy to get the wrong one. It's actually really upsetting at times. Look at how much Rain of Arrows we put down on this dude, Chad. Okay, 3 set items, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, this is the number 4. Number 4. That's good. I mean, right now we're just aiming for more marksman levels that we would actually get our resource back. Also, having the aspect in better would probably help as well. Okay, this is the fastest I've ever gotten a set so far. Ah, you know what? We could actually instantly have all the set pieces. I could actually make this simple. How can we instantly get all the set pieces? Well, so there is this beautiful thing called of the Diamond Mine. I could just make my life a bit easier right now, you know? What do you think about Paladin? It's super fun with Zeal, but it's definitely not as strong as right now. So, you know, we got this, like, little thing of the Diamond Mine. We might as well just, you know, pass that on. Also, here, this is my Banished Lord's Talisman that I was talking about. Right? So... And hardcore, the campaign is considered done, even done. Okay, thank you. I forget about that. This is when you're getting old. So, where is my Banished Lords? I did get a crazy Banished Lords, by the way, chat. Look at this. So we got one that has 5, and we have one that has 6. We put that one on. Then I did get crazy Banished Lords that I'm going to be using on my... Necro. So now I instantly have the set bonus. So while you have Vengeance, your marksman skills deal increased damage, and you trigger the list maximum basically used whenever you cast a marksman skill at a target enemy. So now we can go tier 8 Nightmare Dungeon Escalation.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
The best part about Nightmare Dungeon Escalation is how much goddamn XP they give you. Okay. I'm currently playing Arden around hardcore tier 9. It's pretty stress-free. Yeah, I guess Paladin is rather tanky, so that is definitely something to rejoice about Paladin. And we should not underestimate the awesomeness of playing something that was a billion damage instantly with a set. Chad? Material reserve, not really worth it. Okay, now we're almost getting our resource instantias back, ladies and gentlemen. So I need to make sure to have 5 vengeance stacks up, right? For the maximum bonus damage. You need to have like these stacks here. You're empowered, right? See, I cannot now like transfigure any item without an entropic tuning prism, because if I transfigure an item without an entropic tuning prism and I remove like an affix that like of my resource or cooldown reduction, suddenly the whole build falls apart. Can't be having that, can we? Instant freeze is pretty nice. I wonder if like Azure Wrath would actually work for this, because you're freezing thingies, right? But then again, you're doing like area damage, so why even bother with Azure Wrath? And as interesting as it would be, but why even bother? We're already freezing the whole... we're already like area damaging everything in area. Okay. I mean, if we can beat Astaroth, he might drop the unique we're looking for. The thing is, you just do like 2 Nightmare Dungeon escalations and you're already at branching pathways, which is actually insane. So right now the problem is I cannot choose a portal, right? So I just have to go through this and I just have to take whatever the game throws at me. But I'd actually like to have a portal. Oh, and I would like to have a greater affix bow, that's for sure. Why, Chad? Why do we not have a greater affix bow? I think I should make a good 851 probably. Can I get GA temper on non-ancestral gear? No, the gear needs to be ancestral. It doesn't need to have a greater affix, but it needs to be 900 item power, so you can actually get the GA tempers on it. That's the main reason why you actually want to start getting 900 item power items, because that is obviously king. I mean, there's no questions asked. Is that insane to start getting those bigger tempers? Yes, it is, because the GA tempers obviously all nutty. 50 scrolls gone for a lesson. Don't worry, you get scrolls relatively quick. I mean, I just did, like, we played Warlock yesterday in the endgame a bit, and I went, like, from 50 scrolls up to 200 scrolls in no time. Happened surprisingly fast. How was the world built in tier 12? Chef's kiss. We destroyed Torment 12 Mephisto, and we even made a version that is super tanky, so you can literally stand AFK on Torment 12 Mephisto. We absolutely dominated Pit 125 with it, so Pit 130 is certainly possible when we actually push the build further. What we need right now is our Mythic Amulet, though, and until they actually fix Mythic grinding, I'm not willing to spend much time on that, right? So I'm currently just waiting to get my Mythic, and then we can push it even further. But it was really like for getting the build together, super simple. Also, no specific breakpoints to hit, just like get good gear and be good. So that it was a good experience. Already looking forward to the boss fights later. Equipment delve. Ugh. It's a material reserve again. Not worth it. So, by the way, who of you has peeked an eye on Palworld, Chan? On the Palworld 1.0 release? Anyone planning to dip their toes in? I'm actually thirsting to go through that survival game loop again. You know? What I like about the survival game loop, it's like ARPGs. You start shitty, and then you get more, and then you get more, and then you need to go for the next upgrade and the next raid. So you like go through the same like 0 to hero kind of experience, just survival style. You may buy it. I mean, it's like Windrose just with Pokemon. You know? But jump in, Patrick, please tell me how it went for you. I'm actually planning like next week probably to jump some into Palworld. I just gotta decide like what content I want to give you over the vacation. Either that's going to be then Palworld content, or we're going to give you some other. So I'm actually gone the last week of the month. Gonzo. Asked the buddy, but he told me Wednesday he would have time. Sir, ignore the buddy. Play alone. You got this. Quite a few streamers seem to be playing it. Well, streamers are playing it because it's a highly anticipated game, but it's also the only game release. I mean, if you're a variety game streamer right now, then Palworld is like the only thing you have. Also, Palworld has always been a very high search term, and a lot of people literally just didn't play it because it wasn't 1.0 released. So it's going to be, for summer, probably the biggest opportunity to make any kind of money for any kind of guide creator, right? In that regard. All right, because everyone and their mom that's interested in some kind of like Pokemon-ass games is going to just go for it. They play AC Black Flag. Yeah, but AC Black Flag is a game that you play through and that's about it, right? Also, AC Black Flag is really for AC enjoyers and AC enjoyers only. While Palworld is one of these generational games that's for everyone. Thoughts on PA1? Not my game. Really not a fan. That's because I just simply don't like Call of XL1. Unique spoils. Let's go. I mean, look at the jump here right now. Palworld, right? That's from 36,000 daily players to 273. That's a jump and a half, right? And that's day one on a Friday, not even a Saturday. And Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync is sitting at 52,000. I think. Can you show me your current equipped gear if possible? We're gonna kick like Astaroth here off his high horse. And I can show you the gear. Oh, I need to get ferocity stacks. I'm an idiot. I'm wondering where's my damage multiplier. I didn't go for ferocity stacks first, right? To get those up. Okay, so what gear do we have on? I take the loot before we do this because otherwise I'm gonna die here. FYI. Oh, I can leave this. When I love the best of the best. I mean, Mash, you're thinking that Period 1 is the best of the best. I think it's a highly convoluted, very too fast, blinky, flashy game that's no fun for me at all to play. Not everyone likes the same things. So, what gear? You need maximum resource or cooldown reduction, greater affixed. We get maximum resource on the chest as well. Then we get here cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. But not best. And we obviously now need a better bow that is not the bow that we have here right now, because that bow is actually terrible. We just got a ring with a triple greater affix, and it's a sat triple greater affix ring. We get ourselves Wendigo, Trickery, Engorgers, Icarus. So we did not get what we're looking for. No, Gladiator's Triumph. There it is. Nice. Because we wanted Gladiator's Triumph as a charm. Charm? So I don't need that Banished Lords. I don't need the Thousand Eye Reaver and the Thousand Eye Reaver. And we get ourselves a Gladiator's Triumph. Problem is that this Gladiator's Triumph would preferably have to have marksman skills or something in that direction. $102. And I started with 111. 117. So what does this one do? So this one says the first direct damage you deal to an enemy is a guaranteed critical strike. And with a marksman skill first critical strikes, it gains 120% increased damage. And you gain 1 overpower. This can stack up to 4 over your maximum overpower. Huh. That's how it works. Do you have a world boss in 8 minutes? Oh, we have a world boss in 7 minutes. But I guess that's your 8 minutes, right? Okay, let's do Torment 8 again. I guess now with this, we could probably jump into Torment 9. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're going for the double-digit billions now, chat. The favorite part is how you don't have to like stay. You just know it's going to eat them up. Why does it confirm making an item untradeable in solo self-found? Oh, absolutely, sir. Makes no sense in solo self-found, but obviously you know that the solo self-found mode was just whooped out by Diablo. I'm actually really genuinely surprised that they made this solo self-found mode work, because let's be fair, from a money-making standpoint, it speaks against everything what Diablo was for, because Diablo was supposed to be this online game where you play together and you use the massive online world to actually play together, right? So solo self-found kind of like defeats the whole purpose of the premise why this game was even like made the way it was made, which still, you know, positively baffles me that we actually got the mode, because realistically it seems like a nonsense decision to do that. And so far all decisions were rather marketing driven than that, right? Will this build be up on MOBA? Yep. Once it's fully done. I have 2 jobs on doing solo self-found. I mean, definitely, like, Sketch. If you don't care for leaderboard in any way, if you don't want to see, like, how your builds would do against other people, not only against the ultra grinders, but at least against people that play, right? That don't buy themselves to power. Then solo self-found kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm, for example, now a top 30 warlock in the world currently. That's cool, right? It's fun that we get to that point. We seem to be doing something right. Okay, tracker, turf, ranger, infusion, grenadier, fluidity, exploit, eclipse, diminish, devious. When you hit an enemy or a boss with an attack that applies card control effect, you take 3%, they take 3% up to 15. So finally, the first one that we can actually use after all this time. Devious has enough dexterity right away, correct? And it boosts all magic, so these ultimate damage thingies go up, that our damage multiplier goes up there as well. Can you use Bloodless Scream on the Necro build? On the all minion Necro build, yes. I have a mythical Bloodless Scream. I can use that. We need better pants. I mean, right now I'm just running around with like the most random pants in existence. But I could actually make myself a rather defensive pair of pants, I guess. We get 1 maximum life. Yeah. So we're going to take maximum life, add affix, resistance, and resistance. That is then remove, add, remove, add. So you're trying to get max roll, then we're going to remove. If it stays, we're going to keep it. Didn't stay. Oh, come on. Let's just make it stay. That's not high. That's low again. Did you focus reroll? Yes, but if you focus reroll, you're likely to also just reroll the other one. So I found this to be the best way to really get it, you know? Seems a bit weird, but it's just reliable and replicable. Add defensive. Add defensive. Yeah, that was a complete dud. Add an offensive one again. That's not a resistance. Focus reroll, a resistance one. Yeah, that never made sense what I just did there. I focus reroll, not a resistance one, a defensive one, and we dudded the pants. Oops. Oops, chat. Pony had a brain fart going on. Not a good kind of brain fart, just a brain fart. That was my only pans I had to kind of reroll for now. Okay. Then I'll make a good pair of pans later. Oh, we get a dagger with critical strike damage multiplier. Well, look at that, Chad. The dagger is better than what we have. Finally. So it does a crit damage multiplier. It has an all damage multiplier. It has a maximum life. And we can just reroll the weapon damage into dexterity. Yeah. Ta-da! And then we can get the crit chance. Okay. Okay, we can just get the crit chance. Crit chance. Thank you. Lesai. By the way, I should have tempered it before to actually hit the crit damage multiplier. So mistakes were made, because obviously now you have another, we just hit crit chance, right, instead of the crit damage multiplier. So we actually are dudding here. Thank you. Ta-da, ladies and gentlemen. Then we can also give it the high velocity. And we can put a socket in for cold. We're doing cold, aren't we? One grand, 3 royal.
Good luck, mainlander.
Oh, yeah. Ta-da. I mean, considering that this is all like damage multiplier, I'm stupid for not having put that in yet. Okay, Pit is now also leveled up. So almost Nightmare Dungeons. The Pit. Undercity. I need another escalation. Pit. That. Helltide. Dungeon. Dungeon. Should we jump into Torment 10? I'm not sure if I could jump into Torment 10. I mean, that bow is better than what I have. Easily. Because it's an ancestral bow, right? 900 item power. Put it there. Stat-wise, we're still lacking the last bonus. 3 to marksman skills. That's actually huge. Huge, I say. Then we can temper on the crit chance. Okay, I just want it at least close to 5. And we can masterwork this. Okay, and like just like this, I should be able to jump into Torment 10. I'd be surprised if I couldn't. Let's see. You need only weapon damage effects on your weapon. Yes, you do need weapon damage effects on the weapon that you're using for attacking. So the weapon that does the attacking needs the weapon damage. All the other weapons do not need... Oh, I forget to put my aspect on. Sorry. Let's go back. You don't understand the transfigure on the cube. The transfigure is the final step in an item's journey. So, for example, we have this helmet here. This helmet has maximum resource, cooldown reduction, has all the things. The only thing we'd have to do is reroll the cooldown reduction now. If I transfigure now, it becomes unmodifiable, but it will get another bonus. That could be another affix. That could be replacing an affix, indestructible, bonus quality, all these kind of things. It could also make another one greater affix. So yeah, that's essentially what you get there. It's like the final step in an item's journey, where you decide, this is it. I don't want to change anything anymore. The aspect is max rolled. I have the sockets in. I'll just go. Now we get the stacks of ferocity, which are important for our maximum damage. Okay, Torment 10 Chan. What, did we just do a double-digit billion now with a new bow? Yep, we did. Let's go. feel like that's more double-digit billions than I ever expected. Why is Torment 10 so important? Well, if you can reach Torment 10 early, that's the max loot tier, right? So in Torment 10, the most ancestral drops, the most greater affix items drop, that kind of stuff. So once you've achieved Torment 10, you're in for the grind. Six Seals drops in tier 10. They actually drop before tier 10, Tony. They just can drop more likely in tier 10. So yes, you want to be at Torment 10 just as soon as possible. The best tier to use Obolts. Alright, also Torment 10. You technically don't want to... like, in Torment 8, you can already start Obol gambling if you really, really need something. But for effective Obol gambling, you want to be Torment 10 as well. And no, Torment 11 and 12 does not increase the Purveyor of Curiosities. It just does not. This is a new build for you. No, we have done Rain of Arrows before, Tony. I mean, like, yeah, yes, it's a new build. We haven't done it this season, so this build is now 3 hours old. However, we have done Rain of Arrows before in prior seasons, but then they nerfed it, and then they buffed it again, and then they nerfed it, and then they buffed it again. So, yeah. We're back. Okay, that was a relative effortless Torment, push. Just give me a bit more, and we're going to, like, we're going to sit at Pit 100 speedruns. Let me check some other thing. Expecting a package today, and I need to see if the package is coming today. Might actually be coming. Okay. Supposed to come today. When you get a second, I wanted to do a rogue, but there's such scrutiny on rogues for the moment. So gear-wise, you do need maximum resource because you need to reach 225 maximum resource. So you need like 3 pieces with maximum resource and your boots as well. I can actually get it easier now, so there's not, like, it's not so try-hard once I get the Beastfall boots and Ancestral. You do also need cooldown reduction. So helmet needs cooldown reduction. This needs cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. And yeah, as much cooldown reduction as you can get from every single piece, right? Is it cold imbue or poison? It's cold imbue because cold imbue freezes everything. Everything that's frozen can't fight you. So that's always a big GG, I guess. Let's see now. Can we kill an Endariel in Torment 10 or should we farm her in Torment 8? Because we obviously want our Beastfall boots now in Ancestral with a greater affix to maximum resource preferable. How's the build going? Very well, my friend. Very well. I need to buy Lord of Hatred? Yes. Without Lord of Hatred, the game just does not feel worth it. I mean, you couldn't literally play this Rain of Arrows. It would be impossible. You couldn't. If you don't have Lord of Hatred. Make out of that what you want. I forget to get my ferocity stacks. I got my ferocity stacks. Oh, we could kill her, I guess. For speed, a lower torment tier would be better. Okay. This is good. I mean, we're... Hold on. We're 3 hours old. For baby. And we have like 2 glyphs active. We need boots. Boots. These boots, we need them in Ancestral. Preferable with a greater athletes to maximum resource. Still wonder if there's like a trick to like not put this right on her, to like put it like to the right or the left of her, if that would hit more, or if like just on is the way to go. Okay, she just survived with 1 HP. Ah, we're stun. This only take 3 hours. Experience. Cool gear that I had from other characters. And even more experience. Like, I know what I'm doing. Helps tons. There must be like a trick for bosses, like how to perfectly place this so you get like the most DPS out, I feel. Can't just be all up to like, maybe I'm gonna hit it, maybe I'm not gonna hit it. But then again, it just hits enough, I guess. Okay, not a single boot has been had, ladies and gentlemen. Keep all the Beastfall boots and then smash them together. 3-1 transmute. Maybe get a greater FX one. Who knows? Is Azurath worth using in the build? I don't think it's required. You could technically use it, but what even for? Because realistically, you already have everything that you kind of need. Right? So we could go for the Heartseeker. Now has an 8-second cooldown variant and shoots arrows to your left and right, dealing damage at least 2 hours in the time, pulling enemies in. Because with the set bonus, we are actually hurling out the Heartseeker from alone. So that cooldown wouldn't actually hurt the Heartseeker. We also don't need more energy, so we can have Heartseeker now give us crit, which is actually pretty good. We can now also remove the Dark Shroud because we get Dark Shroud automatic. And we could be adding this one together with cooldown reduction, unstoppable, and Shadow Step no longer requires a target, leaves a decoy at your target location that taunts nearby enemies. So you could actually move faster with this, right? And like that. Right, there's no one required. So I can just move wherever I want to go. So it's like 1, 2, and then 3. Oh god, I hit an impasse. Because I didn't get enough resource back on my thingy. There's that thing where we're like still 1 resource short of actually getting the perfect resource back at times. For Rain of Arrows. Sometimes we just don't make enough oh god, that killed me. Sometimes we don't make enough resource. can still do the tier 8 Journey Lilith fight. I mean, for Lilith fight, you do need to be powerful, and you preferable should have a build that actually is good at fighting Lilith. Because not every build is good at fighting Lilith, right? Just as an FYI. Don't really think about it. Not every build is good at fighting Lilith. So for like, and not every build will early be able to do her. Like for some you have to reach like Torment 10 strength to pretty much do her. I mean, you could also bang your head against the wall against Lilith, or you could just go to her when you're like definitely strong enough. Like something to keep in mind, right? Oh my goodness, I cannot dash through that, really? Thought I could. So one thing that we definitely, like when we use this one, we need to hit the breakpoints more. We can actually go back to... and we can get back to that for now. So right now, we can't just afford doing this because we actually do need our Heartseeker to be still a basic skill. We get enough resource back. Use our rain. But once we have our aspect upgraded, this is not a problem anymore. So we're literally missing like our aspect just one level higher, the aspect of Aftermath, and everything is fixed. Since right now we get, when we use Rain of Arrows, we're sitting at 23 ranks, right? With a Vehement Brawler. And 23 ranks times 7.5 is 172 energy. But we need 225 energy back. So I actually need this aspect in higher roll ASAP. And I need more skill ranks. Oh, we get a bow in Mythic? An eagle horn with a critical strike damage multiplier that you don't actually need. Interesting. I mean, I wasn't even looking to do the penetrating shot build, but I guess here we go, and I gotta do the penetrating shot build, huh? Thing is, multiple greater affix eagle horn is actually better than this because you can get the eagle horn with 2 greater affixes, and it will have more damage than this will have. Right? Just so you know. Okay, let's see. Doctor. I have Dance of Knives. Is bad at Lilith or just being bad at her? I think Dance of Knives is definitely not the best for Lilith. Just mainly because how the Lilith area is and everything. Because you get to like constantly like roll around with Dens of Knives, but you're confined into a certain area, right? And you get to look out for many things that could kill you, especially in the second phase as well. Like in the second phase, you really just don't want to randomly be roaming around, because when you randomly roam around, you might just die to some random shit from Lilith. But instead on Respite and Dirk, should you go for Warlock in the here? I mean, if you could get it with Hellfire, like with the skill ranks for the build, that would be great. But honestly, I never expect to hit that. Okay, no boots in Ancestral, just boots, Chan. Why do we need these boots in Ancestral? Because if they're Ancestral, they can roll higher, right? Right now, maximum resource is just capped at a low roll. But if you get it in Ancestral, it can roll bigger. Oh my goodness. And Dario, please. Let me finish you. Thank you. How many hours do you have in this game? In general, thousands. I mean, I've played this game since it exists pretty much. This season, I think only like 50 or 60 hours. I mean, honestly, I don't have that many. I'm not like Rob or Voody, who dedicate their life to this, right? The life to the mission. I have like only a few hours in comparison. Okay, these are terrible boots that I have, but worst case scenario, they still have more maximum resource, right? This has slightly higher. You can reroll the evade cooldown into maximum life. Destroy everything else. Temper on the mobility cooldown reduction. Because mobility cooldown reduction reduces the cooldown of mobility skills. And this is definitely not the one I want to keep, but it is the one I will have here right now. And goal is ultimately that you just move via dashing. You just don't move anywhere, anyhow else. Come on. This is an ancestral item. You can roll in greater affix. Thank you. And then we'd hit the maximum resource. So that's 31 more. So with this 31 maximum resource, I could now remove the maximum resource from my amulet. That is 23. If I have 23 left, I would still be at 225. Or I could remove the maximum resource now from my thingies here, right? To go for more ranks. Both cases, that's possible. So we can actually start now rolling if I wanted to. We're also looking for the latest charm slot. I mean, actually keep that charm slot, right? And ultimately, I'm going to have to find one with a good charm slot here.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, and Dario, we killed that a couple of times. We have Beastfall Boots. Here, Scoundrel's Kiss was from whom? Scoundrels was from the Butcher. The Butcher. Well, for the Butcher, I want to get a bit more strong. A bit stronger. So I really don't... Like, if I fight the Butcher, I just want to poop on him, right? So technically, you always want to stand still now, unless you're actually moving via a movement skill. Why? Because when we're standing still, you get the bonus from... Inner Calm. Since this does not count as movement, what we're doing here. Right, this is just zip zapping. Obviously, this doesn't count as moving because why would moving count as moving, right? Makes no sense. Moving count as moving. So marksman skills and Shaker would help. Well, if you have a Harlequin crest that has maximum resource, greater affix, or even a maximum resource like that, yes, it would help. Can definitely play a Harlequin Crest, but you need a good roll 1. One that also has like armor and resistance, and one that has cooldown reduction too. So you would need one with resistance and cooldown reduction. And I doubt that you have that lying around, right? Luckily. What are you expecting for the next Tuesday patch? Honestly, they promised in their own words that the patch is going to take care of most of our grievances. Now, the problem is I don't know what Blizzard understands under that, because they're sometimes really terrible at interpreting what the community would want to have and would be happy with, realistically. Right? So as much as I want to be like really, really positive and happy, I'm like, I mean, in my eyes, what they should do is they should allow us to put on more crafted mythics. So instead of 1 limit, at least 2. 3 would be better, but 2 would be great, because that would just make it more likely that you can actually use more mythics. Then obviously the mythic drop chances need to go up. There's no questions about that. And yeah, that would already help a lot, right? In my eyes. Like if you could wear 2 crafted ones, step in the right direction easily. Okay, first legendary, ladies and gentlemen. And then the drop rate's up, but yeah, we'll have to see what else they think. So we need canny combat control. And otherwise we have none again. Okay, well, the first legendary one is activated, and it also pushes our ultimate, so that's good. But what are you hoping for? Tim, thank you for your 6 months of support, by the way. Tim, appreciate it. Chat, if you did bring your Prime sub, don't forget to use it here on Twitch. But what are you hoping for, chat? What would you be excited?
Left it down.
I need an aspect aftermath. Da-da-da-da. Mine is still 1. You know what we just need? We need a resource aspect cache. It's probably the best thing that we could get right now.
It is done.
Right? Resource aspect cache would go hard. There is no incentive. Yeah, I mean, as soon as you have your 1 crafted item, then the whole idea of Pandemonium Fragments just goes out of the window. Because why would you bother with Pandemonium Fragments if you already have hit what you need to hit? As you say, once that is done, it's done. And you absolutely have no reason anymore to look for anything. Why bother? How come you're not playing Necro? I already made 3 Necro builds, Chiller. I mean, unless I'm now gonna farm that Necro build until it's the #1 in the world, there's like no reason for me to keep playing. One crafted per source, that would be probably too complicated for Blizzard. Okay, we got... We pulled him to the side. Genius next level move, chat, because now we're gonna kill his dude who's trying to always like send like whatever ball of death and doom at us, right? Okay. 750 for a Helltide Harvest. I guess Helltide Harvest is gonna be super fun with this now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Helltide Harvest is probably going to be super fun. That's not the set you're looking for. That's not the thing you're looking for. Let's go to the upper Helltide. What time is it? It is... Oh, 54 seconds. Wait, the Helltide starts in 54 seconds? Wait, what? Is this Helltide a scam? The Helltides are a scam. Okay. Okay. Okay, the Hell Tides are not real, chat. They're not real. Great. You're new to Diablo, and you're stuck in Tier 5, Tier 6. What is the best way to get into Tier 10? Very simple. You need to get your set if you don't have it yet, because that's your biggest damage bonus. And then you need to start re-rolling your set to get yourself the skill ranks, because every skill rank is a damage multiplier. That alone will allow you to go from Torment 5-6 into Torment 10. If you then get a 6 seal slot, like, right, 6 charm slots, then you can also use a unique as a charm, which will increase your damage by up to 80-90% again. Plus, don't forget to socket your thingies, because that's another 46% damage multiplier. Very simple. And most important, you need to look for multipliers on multipliers. So instead of just going for crit and crit and crit, you need all of them. So you need crit, vulnerable, and all damage / cold damage, whatever you're actually looking for. I actually outlined that in the YouTube video from today, in case you missed it. There is an explanation on how damage actually works in Diablo. Okay, let's get this up here. Pretty much not done anything tier 10 overworld wise, right? So let's see how that vibes now. I think we're good. I'm really surprised at how good the defense on Rogue is, because it's like an absolute no-brainer, strength wise. I need a portal. Are there no portals? Where are my seasonal portals, chat? You can reroll talisman items. Well, you go to the Horadric Cube and you reroll talisman items there. There's a recipe. It's called reroll charm, and it rerolls your charm into one of the same set, but with different stats. I like the wizard hat in the YouTube video. It's 10 out of 10 wizard hat. Would recommend again. We'll do have to buy a new one of those at some point, because it's getting old. That's so far my best investment. That's what I meant about playing Rain of Arrows in Helltide, right? The best part is it's essentially a one-button build, right? You press Rain of Arrows and that's it. Okay, my rage is up in a second. We can start hunting. Come on, get my wrath up. Don't be like that. That was what I was looking for. So we are here. First maggot. No maggot. So it's your biggest source of damage gained on any character, re-rolling your set charms. If you haven't done that yet, you're leaving so much damage on the table. I mean, for my Blazing Scream build, for example, every rank is 13% more damage. And my Blazing Scream is sitting at 45 ranks, right? So that's 30 ranks more than it should have had. That's 300% bonus damage. There is obviously diminishing returns at some point, but they really appear extremely late if you're completely over ranking. So yeah, those diminishing returns, they don't come very soon. It'll be a long while before you get into a problem there. As for Armor of the Dead skill, it would be better if roll summon damage via tempering on half items and physical damage on others. No, just summon. Summon damage rolls higher than physical damage. Also, you're multiplying up summon stuff, so it's worth it to put in. Definitely summon. What does Rain of Arrows build do against bosses? Oh, it's insane. I mean, Rain of Arrows is just insane. So like, it really doesn't matter if you're using it against bosses or anything else. It's just broken skill. I mean, you saw that elite there. That's a singular elite. Thing is, we're choosing a Rain of Arrows variant that's less area. This is actually the less area variant. But it comes from the side and converges like kind of in the middle, which makes it like actually good at boss killing, right? What's the strongest build on Rogue? The one that abuses a bug? The strongest build is the one that abuses a bug to instant kill enemies in Pit 150. I mean, you got penetrating shot, and you also do have Rain of Arrows, and both of them, penetrating shot and Rain of Arrows, are actually very well to be played in Unbugged. So you don't have to use a bug rate for Rogue to be good. You can do Pit 140 with Rogue. Relatively simple. Do we get another charm? This is not the charm that I are looking for. I haven't gotten any Ancestor versions of your set charms. Well, you don't really want Ancestor versions. What you want is greater affix versions, and they'll come in between as soon as you reroll and reroll and reroll. Do you have a build guide for this on MOBA? No, because we just threw it together. So must apologize, but no build guide for this yet. There will be one coming. First, we gotta like really get this to a level where it's actually... I mean, we are in Torment 10 Arcane, but I have 3 out of 5. I have 2 out of 5 possible glyphs in my Paragon board. I have not the optimal Paragon board pathing because I just clicked through so far. So there's still a lot we gotta do before this is actually anywhere remotely done. But you're gonna have tomorrow the level planner already. The level planner I can get to you by tomorrow. Oh. Easy. Finally understood multipliers to 3 years. Thanks for the cube analogy. I mean, the cube analogy is just the best, the condition. Thank you very much for your $5. Appreciate that. Also happy that we can help you with the damage calculation. In case you missed how the whole damage thingy works, chat, we just released that on our latest YouTube video. Because there's a very good explanation with a box made by Ava. So Ava is the original creator of the box explanation. It's really the best way how to get people to understand how actually damage in Path of Exile Diablo works. I'm a sad sword player. Yeah, the firewall build is terrible. You can get greater affixes on non-ancestral talismans. No, only on ancestral. But if you reroll your talismans, you will get the ancestor ones sooner or later. No questions asked. Okay, now we only need 20 more. 18 more. Is Death Trap a one-button build? I mean, technically, yes, Betchy, but first and foremost, you need to get there to that point. And second and most important, you're still probably going to be using some of your dashing skills, right? I mean, realistically, when I have everything together, this is going to be a one-button build because I'm going to press Rain of Arrows. And then I'm going to press Rain of Arrows. And then you're going to press Rain of Arrows. And it just, like, keeps refreshing itself. So, like, realistically, one-button build. Like, in all reality, though, it's better if I use my shot in between. Because if I use my basic skill in between, I do actually get another damage multiplier added on top of what I'm actually doing. So could I one button? Yeah. Is one buttoning actually that useful for this? No. Tatarius, enjoy watching your videos. Appreciate that, Tatarius. How about we can deliver guides that help people? I mean, that's end of the day the plan. Make things that are useful and not just useless in the internet. What would you say is the best way to farm the charm set? Undercity with attributes. If you have Undercity with attributes and you also have like here the points already to gutter filled, then you're just going to get your set like super quick together, no matter which torment tier. Like if it's now 6, 8 or whatever. Obviously 8 will be better because the loot is just better in torment 8. Yeah. Fully possible. Like imbued skills have a chance to activate inner side. While inner side is active, imbuable skills are shed imbued by default. Interesting. That's kind of useless though. Stealth reduces any of your ultimate skill active cooldowns by seconds, and breaking stealth. Ah, I see. So you could use concealment at first to take care of the cooldown. I understand what you were saying earlier about you could use that one. Blast Trapper, aspect of the Umbral. No, we still need Aftermath in better. Do a Nightmare Dungeon or Rooney. Submerged Ruins should be relatively quick. It is useful to have War Plan 10 for other activities than Horde. Technically, all War Plans are amazing for many different reasons. Especially because the war plans synergize with each other. I mean, you definitely want to have the Undercity war plan. Undercity, you definitely want to have the Nightmare Dungeon war plan all the way leveled up because Nightmare Dungeons are one of the best farms for everything. But if you have the Nightmare Dungeon war plan leveled up, you also want to have the Helltide war plan leveled up because the Nightmare Dungeon and Helltide, they really synergize extremely well. And then you also want to have the Lair Boss war plan leveled up because they also synergize well. So, kind of like a little bit of everything. What's the most fun build you've played this season? That would be so far the Warlock, in case you missed it. We played a really fun Warlock build. With Blazing Scream and Demon Form, and it was super cool. Don't mind me, Chad. Don't mind me, just... Don't mind me, just moving through. And the faster you're moving, the better it is. Okay, what do we got here? Basic skills. You never know if that turns out useful somehow, right? What aspect is on it? Arrow storms. Nope. I mean, what I right now need is a resource aspect cache from her. So there are these defensive aspect caches, salvage aspect caches. But what we need is a resource aspect cache, that one. Because we're just looking for one single resource aspect. Nothing more, nothing. I don't have enough. Let pay. Okay, let's try to kill the broiler really quick. How many keys do we have? We got 8 more keys. Would you recommend me to play? Never play Warlock. Warlock is super fun to play, but it's a lot to get used to because Warlock has like this dominance mechanic on top, and defense with a Warlock can be tricky. So the Blazing Scream build is super fun, but I probably recommend it for someone who's already played Warlock. Then again, though, I mean, there's always the first time, sir. And no time than the present. No time. You don't have mythic seals this season? No. But they drop relatively often. I got 4 mythical seals already. I mean, I might have just been exceptionally lucky. So there's always a world where I am just exceptionally lucky. Okay, that was 4 times the Prowl of the Nameless. Cool, cool. I mean, considering that this is a task that requires exactly 0 Call of the Nameless, and we get 4 of them, I feel like that Call of the Nameless did not get the message. Exactly 0 Call of the Nameless are required. Oh, come on. We almost had him. Let's follow the fire. Oh, come on now. I was here in the Wingo Bingo, right? I was totally safe from that death. Well, it's not super fun. It's easily the worst class. I absolutely disagree with you, but we're all entitled to our own opinions. We're also entitled to being completely wrong, right? Oh, it's easily one of the most fun classes out there. If you know what you're doing. This is probably the existing problem with Warlock, if you know what you're doing. Yeah, that poison's guaranteed death. I felt it. Okay, ring in Ancestral. Da chat. Scoundrel's Kith and Ancestral. Probably the most useless things on it possible. How many keys do I... let's do 2 more. 2 more until 1 inventory is full, okay? Could just kill him like in 1 phase before he goes into his stupid, you know, fire burning phase. Then life's just better. Is building dodge into Spiritborn even worth it? Not required, no. I tinkered with that last season and it just seemed like a waste of points. Now maybe you're gonna find a way how to make it useful. Don't let me stop you, right? You can find a way how to make dodge be a good thing, then pop off, son. Are we in between dodging like back and forth? That's actually simple. I am trying to retain my ferocity stack. When you get ferocity for close enemies, but still. Oh, Belial, finally! That's my first Belial in 4 hours. Finally, my character gets to see him. There is no escape! I do believe this later against Mephisto is probably going to be one of my easiest Mephisto fights ever. I mean, from what I see here so far, I just expect the Mephisto fight to be an absolute cakewalk. We get a bow. I mean, I got a bow with all damage and crit damage multiplier in Ancestral, but obviously we would like to have... Come on, this has 48 more, but this has a very low weapon damage, right? A very low weapon damage. By the way, I can see why you want to have this over the bow, right? Crossbows will be so much more damage per se. Well, it looks cool, but I only hear hate for Warlock. Well, either you love it or you hate it. I mean, a lot of people, I think, are just not used to how Warlock actually works, and they can't deal with it. Okay, we got this ring here with attack speed and all damage multiplier at least. Then we gotta re-roll the resource generation into... Actually, resource generation would technically work for what we're doing. So I need to cooldown reduction in case you wonder. You can roll cooldown reduction, just making sure. I don't actually have the funds to do this, as it seems. Okay, we're not getting cooldown reduction on this one. Then we're just going to temper on cooldown reduction for now. And afterwards, roll the cooldown reduction. I mean, at least that one doesn't cost me money. Right? It's only going to cost me all my resources. So, warning when you're making the rogue, Chad. The rogue is relatively expensive on your resources because you got to hit the right greater affixes and that kind of stuff, right? So, when you're masterworking, you're actually just aiming for singular things. So, you're not aiming for maybe stuff. You're always aiming for, you know, I need to exactly hit that. So, it might cost you the 10 millions every now and then there. And I started with 700 million this morning, and I'm down to 124. Now, I've been chasing perfection, so that's that. No, my own fault. Okay, can we not get this as greater affix? Thank you. Can't be that hard. Now, with 7.5 on it already, because my last one currently has 5 and 6, so that's 11. If I actually masterwork this one up, right? That's sitting at 9. Bring me to 16.43. Oh, we're actually going to keep this amulet for now, right? Might as well.
Good luck, Mainlander.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, let's see how fast we can do this now. Is CDR resource? CDR is utility. I also need to re-roll that ring because right now the 12% per stack of ferocity instead of 15% per stack of ferocity, right? Diablo compared to Piri 2? Piri 2 is like Dark Souls, while Diablo is more like an arcadey fighting game. If you would like to compare these two. They're both called ARPGs, and that's where the comparison ends. They're both fun. Can't get Army of the Dead set charm. Don't worry. I was in Torment 8 with like not my Army of the Dead set. So sometimes it takes a while, my friend, but it can be frustrating for sure. I had the problem on my Druid. I could, for the love of God, not get the Storm set. My Druid was sitting in Torment 10. He didn't even have a single set piece. I was like playing a complete different set. That wasn't even doing anything for me, so yay. I guess also that's how a P Druid is when you think about it. Because if you just do that. Diablo's the Dynasty Warriors of action RPGs. Isn't Dynasty Warrior considered an action RPG in itself? I mean, the genre description is obviously, anyways, weird, action RPG, but isn't Dynasty Warrior, or what would Dynasty Warrior? A brawler? What would it even be considered? Okay, we got ambush, assassin, bane, chip, closer, diminish. Oh wait, closer. Let me check my planner. No. Still not. I mean, we get devious and that's it. We have volley over versatility, so it's still devious here. All the way leveled up already. Cool. Tony playing Palworld 1.0. I wanted to do Palworld 1.0 today, but then this rogue snuck up on me. So we now have to first finish the rogue. Then we have to wait for the patch next week. But we do have Palworld on our list of things that I do want to do 100%. Okay? So Palworld is happening. Guaranteed happening. Not maybe, not eventually. Guaranteed. Okay, so we get the scoundrels. We have the bow with the weapon damage. We need to do a nightmare dungeon escalation now. Afterwards, we should also have enough reputation. So Beastie, we still have to see when we find time. But Palworld is definitely now in the 1.0 stage actually finally worth it to play, because you know you get like everything in the game that is supposed to be in the game. So you don't have to ask yourself anything anymore, like what's coming next, right? And I think this like it plays a role. Like for example, I really enjoy Titan Quest 2. Titan Quest 2 is like super fun to still play. But like the constant content drip gets annoying at some point. Or if you like every 2 months get like something and then you can dip in for a couple of hours and then you get something and can dip in. So I'm a fan of early access, but like I think I prefer these like 6 months big snippets that early access developers do. Like that do like these single player early access games, right? Where you like every 6 months get like a huge chunk of dunka and then you can like play and enjoy what's new. I mean, for like No Rest for the Wicked has been doing it that way, right? They always release like a big patch that actually meaningful wants you to come back and adds a lot of game time. Very good. I mean, Path of Exile is also early access, but that's different because it kind of like has the seasonal content. That actually meaningful releases new game and it has an actual gameplay loop, right? Yeah. But you can get tired of early access games, and I'm tired, Chief. When it comes down to Titan Quest currently, for example. And I haven't like pretty much not checked out their last update and the update they just brought out. So I'm like 2 updates behind. Simply because it's like always, okay, I can play like for 3 hours and I can play for 3 hours again. Boomer, I just watched your video. That was good. Thank you for watching. It's going to help you tremendously. Full thrust. Gonna start Pelwo tonight after work. Have seen 0 gameplay so far. I hope I like it. Seva, it's fantastic. I mean, you pretty much have a survival game where the survival consists of building a base and then catching yourself pelts to help you in the base. But it's super fun. The gameplay loop is uncanny. You can sink a lot of time in. I mean, you can easily get lost in the world. Especially if you do like base building. What list besides Devious we're upgrading? We are looking for versatility, canny, combat, and control. We don't have any of these. We do not possess any of these. And with the challenge shrine, my shadow step has like barely any cooldown. Now shadow step can just jump you through everything. We have Titan Quest 2 specifically. I played 3 when they released. From that experience alone, I think it might be one of my absolute favorite ARPGs of all time. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like from what Titan Quest has in the game, it is just an absolute brilliant game. What I like about Titan Quest is that's a single-player ARPG. I think this is vastly underestimated. I'm not sure how you feel about it, guys, but what do you like single-player ARPGs? Because I enjoy the ARPG mechanic. I anyways play solo. So if you do get an actual single player game that is an ARPG though, right? That is a Diablo, that is a Path of Exile, that has intricate, interesting, fun systems, and your goal is to play it through and enjoy the story though, but it's actually like, instead of this blasting through like in other ARPGs, it's actually like a meaningful going through because it's a challenge. I like that. I think it's actually cool. I mean, sure, like Diablo and Path of Exile also have a story, but they're not being played for the story. Neo is on sale. Neo 3 is on sale on Steam. Oh, that's a great game. ID. Man, Neo 3 on sale, you shouldn't miss out on. Even if you're not a Souls fan, I mean, Neo is not necessarily Souls, so it's considerable. Does Titan Quest 2 have a good story? It's Greek mythology. Greek mythology always wins. I could spoiler a bit, but let's not do that. So yes, the story is good. It starts interesting and it keeps being interesting, and the story also nicely unfolds. Plus, you have a lot of interesting side missions that give you more insights in the world of the gods, right? And you do actually meet quite some gods, so that's always cool. But yeah, Greek mythology is an automatic win, always, right? Feels good when you're not on the constant rat wheel for ARPGs. That's why I generally play solo. So you don't have this rat wheel behind you where you're like, oh god, I need to be faster, perform faster, 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 faster. Okay, now we're gonna... Oh god, no uniques, no. If it's offline, I tend to not care too much about it. It's like Grim Dawn, fantastic deep ARPG, but it's offline, so it just doesn't interest me as much. See, Sardonyx, you're the exact opposite. You prefer the game to be online. which is valid. There's nothing wrong with you. Not too much, I guess. Maybe a little bit. A lot of people do prefer the RPGs to have this online component. I used to watch cutscenes, now I just skip them. Well, I did skip every single cutscene in Diablo during the campaign release. And then I just went back to rewatch them all in my own time and chill. Right? That was a lot of loot. Playstore at Titan Quest 10 for 10 cents to offer. Well, Titan Quest 1, Ignatius, is still one of the greater games from back in the days. I mean, that one is like something you shouldn't miss. Ooh, we got the stone now. We got the branching pathways, and we get the monster power increase. Very good. We get a maximum life on my crossbow. I mean, at least it's a greater affix crossbow, I guess, so I could try to roll weapon damage high on it now. We also got the fifth one here, finally, and it has marksman skills. That is a Linta. Nice. And that one is a Phoba for maximum resources. But we have one of those already. So we can destroy all of these. Junk arms, junk shields. Can check if we get a good +1/1. Nothing. No +1, no +1, no +1. No +1, no +1, no +1. At least this is damage. So we get this one here, right? And we can start re-rolling set charms. Oh no, actually we wanted to still keep this one. Yeah. Important. So we need more marksman skills or resource cost. Subterfuge. It's annoying that it's like only one right now for we got lore for first 15. Like, in all my other builds, imbuement skills. Wait, does imbuement skills count for Rain of Arrows? It's sitting at 26, at 25. Doesn't count. Sad. It doesn't. It doesn't, sir. It's just imbuable. But I guess imbuement skills just counts for cold imbuement. Alright, imbuable is just the description. We get a marksman skills and lore. Shit, we have a lore already. And it does have resistance. Bonus resistance needs to be taken. Come on! Give us what we want! This is gonna be taking me forever. Agility. Oh god, we're rolling everything that we don't need. Maximum resource on a Phoba. We don't actually need the maximum resource on the charms right now. Okay, no more marksman skills. The pit, no. The pit. Helltide, the pit. Yeah. You could use Hakan, I believe, to imbue with all 3 elements, but not worth it. Resin is the biggest resource crutch. The problem is that the only way to actually get resin is obviously your war plan and Horadric Cube materials, right? But the only real way to get resin is when you're taking charms and you're breaking them down. So you actually have to like consistently like farm charms, go back, break down charms, farm charms, go back, farm charms, break down charms, farm charms, break down, farm, break down, go, you know? You can't just, I don't know, do Horadric dungeons and get yourself more resin to actually gamble. I mean, it's definitely not a problem for the Ultra Blasters. I mean, I've recently watched a little bit of Mr. Rob. You know Mr. Rob, the man that lives in Diablo 4, who does like 13-hour streams a day. That man sits at 90,000 resin. I mean, not sure if he has like a little resin farming monkey that farms resin for him, but yeah, I mean, doesn't seem to be a problem for the Ultra Blasters, Chad. Only for the average gamer. Then again, you also really don't need that much resin in reality because, you know, having all these charms in greater affixed doesn't really do that much for you. I mean, some. The problem really rises when you play multiple builds. Like, if you only play one build, it's like kind of fine. Because at some point, you'll just have the charms you're looking for. But if you play multiple builds, multiple classes, then resin is definitely a limiting factor, right? Died a little inside, Ferrari. Ferrari, you just need to know, you know, you're not the target audience. It's every single time, like, so I watched this video, so this is no front against fellow creators, right? But I watched this video about mythic farming. Where the recommendation is, hey, you just need to gamble 100,000 obolts and you might get a mythic. It's not the mythic you're looking for, but you might get a mythic. Now, the reality is that for a hardcore blasters, gambling 100,000 obolts doesn't sound like a lot. Even farming 100,000 obolts doesn't sound like a lot. But the reality is that the average gamer, in order to farm 100,000 obolts with their less than efficient builds, are just going to take a rather long time. So neither is it a quick method, nor is it an alternative, nor is it actually like a method to employ, like really when you're trying to actually have fun in the game, right? But it's like, just do that. It's so simple. Well, technically, yes, it is so simple, but practically it's just really not something I would ever sit there and recommend you, right? Okay, we got combat, ladies and gentlemen. And we got closer. Combat is intelligence related, so we're gonna go in. It's bigger, so we can go in from here. Yep. And closer is... Actually, we don't need closer, we need canny. Shit. Canny. Oh, at least we've combat. 100k obolts, it still takes time. 100k obolts, like, it technically one Nightmare Dungeon escalation can give you 25k obolts if you're lucky, but it's mostly 2 Nightmare Dungeon escalations. 2 Nightmare Dungeon escalations, if you're fast, are around 20 minutes. So 20 minutes for 25,000 obolts, that means 4 times that to get 100,000 obolts if you're lucky, but let's say 30 minutes rather if you need 3. So that would be 30 minutes for 25,000 obolts. So that's already 2 hours for 100,000 obolts. And it would be 2 hours of doing nothing else but farming Nightmare Dungeons very efficient. Now, tell me who wants to do nothing but like blast Nightmare Dungeons for 2 hours straight? Look me in the eyes. Tell me, yes, Pony. I really want to do that. Right? Like, I'm really looking forward to blast Nightmare Dungeons. By the way, let's do a Torment 12 just to see if we can do it in one day. Chad, just quickly. I mean, we're not optimaled out yet, far from actually, but I just kind of want to see if we could do this already. For pit 100, we definitely need more billions, like, to reasonably do this. Yeah, I guess we could do Torment 12 already. Even with not hitting the breakpoints. So we don't have all breakpoints hit. So we got the 225 that was easy to hit. Okay. But what we haven't hit yet is the cooldown. So my cooldown is at 16 seconds. We're not there yet. 200 hours ain't nothing. Well, I mean, we're talking about the casual player. 2 hours might be your whole game session for that day, right? And your whole game session consisting of just blasting nightmare dungeons without doing war plans, looking left, right, and center or anything. Just the sentence about, is it like something I would recommend the casual player to do? No. No, no. I mean, if you really want it, right? It is an option. If you're really desperately looking for a way to. But it doesn't make it a good way to do it. That dude here in the corner, he just doesn't want to die. Whatever his problem is. Right? Is Dance of Knife Spin to Win Rogue viable? I have seen people in Torment 12 with Dance of Knife Spin to Win Rogue. I think there are people like doing Pit 120, 130 with Spin to Win Rogue. I'm just not sure how much you have to invest for that. I mean, realistically, for this build, Error Storm also, it wasn't complicated to get to this point here right now. Again, we're also not perfect yet, but we also have only put in 4 hours. But I did need very specific items already to get in this direction. So I need cooldown reduction greater affixes. I need resource greater affixes, right? To do this optimally. Now there's obviously also a way to do this unoptimally. But yeah. I mean, we're essentially like here Torment 12 with the unoptimally version. Make of that what you want. Faster! Faster! Mock him up, boys! Oops. Fat finger thingies. I'm sure they'll do mid-patch. There's a patch coming on Tuesday. It's confirmed. This is not not an imagination. This is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. There's a patch coming. Tuesday. There's just no details known. So anyone trying to sell you details is selling you horseradish because they don't know. No one knows. Okay, that's the second one upgraded now. Let's fucking go. Pretty good. Getting the most out of it. Ta-da! Suddenly my crit damage is smoothing. Would you recommend this build or the Heartseeker build? This is a Heartseeker build. I mean, it's a Heartseeker Rain of Arrows build. I did level with a Heartseeker Barrage build. That's how I leveled. Okay. I would really like to have a crossbow. That is not this crossbow. Let's do a life on kill. Wait, remove. Life on kill is defensive, or what is life on kill? Life on kill is defensive. Focus reroll. Cold damage. No. I wanted to have weapon damage, but I kind of wanted to have like weapon damage as high as possible. I mean, I'll take anything at a max roll. Like, is it either crit at a max roll, weapon damage is a max roll? If your weapon damage is not a max roll, then why even bother? I mean, at least almost max rolled, I guess. 368. See, that's good. And then we're going to add another one, and that is poison damage, which is useless right now. So we're going to go for focus reroll and see what we're going to hit. We hit that one, obviously. That's a weapon of futility right now. Too many annoying things to reroll. That's a 383 weapon damage, so I could gamble now and lock the weapon damage. But then I can't reroll the life on kill. I mean, we get a cold damage multiplier, so a cold damage multiplier does actually work. And now we can just remove the life on kill for dex, crit, anything, right? And obviously, crit damage multiplier could be better. So what does my current weapon have? My current weapon has all damage, crit damage. Yeah, this one just has a higher weapon damage. I need to make gold now, Chad. I'm running out of gold. That is not very good, but sometimes that happens. I'm just trying to hit the weapon damage here. Weapon damage wasn't hit during the recording of this game. Despite not hitting the weapon damage, we're still good, which is actually interesting. Ferocious. So we're brokey now, Chad. That would technically be bad, but making money is easy. So I'm not actually worried in the slightest. For now, I just do one Nightmare Dungeon escalation and I'm up 200 million. Maybe 300 if I'm lucky. Especially like with this build here, I can really do these escalations rather quickish, right? This build is essentially made for this. If I get my cooldown even more in check, then I can do them even quicker. Oh, the butcher! The butcher! The best part is that the your Shadow Stab goes over walls. Right? So you can just reasonable. See, I need to go there. And my Necro, for example, like can't do this. My Necro gets stuck on everything. He makes it like really, really good for just moving through dungeons. A question about preparation. Does it only count in multipliers of 75 energy or will it work smaller ones? Only 75. Every 75 energy. Which means your breakpoint is 225 energy. But if you only have 150, then you're going to spend all your energy, and then you're going to just spend the rest of the 75 energy by shooting out barrages, for example. Right? Okay, gold reserve. Gold reserve. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We're making money back. We're making money back. I mean, this is what I usually do before every stream, right? I just pump a few... See, 10 million gold. 10 million gold, not a lot, because we've seen, but still 10 million gold to have or not to have. Right? It might not be a lot, but it's more than not having it. Can you enchant the wild fortified affix on a bow? You mean crushing? I'm not sure if rogue has crushing. Not every class has every aspect. So I simply just don't know. Maybe someone can enlighten us. Does rogue have crushing or not? I hate Rupture mechanic in my Nightmare Dungeons. It's so boring and not rewarding. Yes, I mean, the Rupture mechanic in Nightmare Dungeons was a complete dud. Because Nightmare Dungeons are meant to be ran through, right? So you're trying to run as fast as possible through Nightmare Dungeons. And they decided, hey, so in order to help people with running fast through Nightmare Dungeon, we're actually going to add the Rupture mechanic into it so that instead of being able to run through Nightmare Dungeons quick, they're going to have to stop. I mean, at least in the pit, it's natural that it's in there. At least in the Helltide, it's also natural that it's in there. And back to 115 million and another gold reserve. Let's go. That's super lucky for me right now. It's a gold reserve and Vile Splendor in one chat. That's crazy. So that's like my main complaint. Mechanics in the game need to add to the game, right? They need to make the game smoother, better, more fun to play. But if a mechanic essentially takes fun out instead of adding fun, right? If a mechanic slows you down, then you're mostly not going to do said mechanic. Like we had the same in Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, they added wisps. Now, the problem was in order to actually interact with these wisps, you needed to find one, and then you needed to follow the wisp. Mein Schatz, das kann ich. Seid ihr komplett nass und tropft mir alles voll? Cool, das ist cool. Cool, cool. Sehr gerne. Ich hab doch gesagt, heute wird er wärmer, weil wir ihn zugedeckt haben. Ja, dann viel Spaß. Ab mit euch. We're going out of the pool? Yeah. Tiny humans just keep asking me if I come into the pool with them because they want to be hunted by a kraken or a shark or a crocodile. Whatever is the theme right now, right? One of the dangerous animals of the sea. Could also be a lobster. Actually, I'm going to introduce the lobster today. That's a good idea. Might be a terrifying goose also. I'm not entirely sure. But something needs to hunt. Like, if there's no hunting happening, then why are you even in the pool? You know what I mean? I used to love that game. I mean, it never gets boring. Hunting tiny humans and throwing them around is always good. Oh, Curious Merle, what are you doing here? Thank you for the bag of opals. Okay, look at that, chat. We were at 10 million. We're at 275 million right now. Okay? We started at 10, right? You notice, like, we made just 260 million from this dungeon. We're not even done yet, right? So in case you didn't know this, also, if, like, the gold reserve is the second, and then if the gold reserve is the third, right? For each deeper in the Nightmare Dungeon, the gold amount gets increased. Also, the butchers that we just killed, they actually drop, I think, in accordance with the mechanics. So that's why we have so much gold infusion here right now, because those two guys also gave us bonus gold. Shari, you're becoming a girl dad as well. Well, congratulations. October is a good month. That was when my second born was born. Lair keys in yellow. What are some good things to transmute on the amulet? Arrow storms. For the rogue, I would be aiming for gain overpower stack each time you swap weapons, and you deal 30% increased damage while you have overpower. Katie, because you get overpower simply with the first strike, you strike enemies, you gain overpower. This can stack up to 4 overpowers over overpower, right? So we can get 8 overpower stacks extremely easy, and then while you just have overpower, you do more damage. Done. I see, like right now I exist, and then we have 8 overpower stacks already. Now they give me a little bit more damage increase right per, so that's like just nice to have. Oh, we're sitting at the hundreds of billions of damage almost, chat. Damn. Character is 4 hours old. Hundreds of billions ink. Okay. Blizzard has a way of making mechanics feel horrible at the start of, but with gear and other things, you can overcome the difficulties. Yes and no. I mean, Blizzard has a tendency for some reason to not know how to make good mechanics. I mean, literally the rupture mechanic, this could have been good, right? This could have been a very good mechanic if it just was a tad different. Like, the seasonal theme is not terrible, right? The seasonal theme is actually great. Just the execution was terrible, right? And when I say terrible, I mean dog shit. Dog water. Really not what we're looking for. Okay, so this one has a maximum life greater affix, but obviously we don't want a maximum life greater affix. Preferable, we want critical strike greater affix. So what we're going to do is we're now going to gamble for crossbows until we have one that either has weapon damage or critical strike damage as a greater affix. And if we don't get one, then we're going to start crying, complaining, throwing a temper tantrum, and so on. The usual as you would do as a grown-ass adult. Look, Mom, no hands. That's maximum life and a cold damage multiplier. Not what I'm looking for, but realistically actually a good crossbow. That's a cold damage multiplier. That is a critical strike damage multiplier. This is resource cost. That is maximum life. And that is dexterity. That's actually a good crossbow just like that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, after wasting all my money on this crossbow, remember when I just wasted my money on that crossbow? Well, we have another crossbow that is actually having a crit damage multiplier, so it's technically better. I mean, realistically, this one does have cold damage and max life, but we don't need it, so we're going to add an affix right now. The affix is going to be an offensive affix. That offensive affix is going to be weapon damage as a low roll. So it's already horrible, and we're forced to add another one. Let's see what's going to happen. We're going to add just a general affix in general because we're an idiot. So another offensive affix, and that one is all damage. And then we're going to add another one, and that one is dexterity. I like the all damage. That's technically a good roll when you think about it. Now, I could just take this and reroll my weapon damage into a higher version of itself, right? I mean, obviously, the dexterity here, focus reroll, we need that higher. Now, the problem is that the dexterity is technically also all damage, right? So the dexterity would work into the all damage multiplier as well. So it's kind of like a double-double. It would be vulnerable, would be better. But I guess it's kind of like it's somewhat fine-ish. So we'd have to reroll the weapon damage into a higher value of weapon damage because it's obviously terrible. And then we wouldn't get like a higher value of weapon damage. We would just get everything but weapon damage 364. Yeah, that's nice. You're gonna upgrade that bad boy. Hopefully hit the crit. Hopefully hit the crit. Hopefully hit the crit. Thank you. And then we're gonna temper. See, like, how easy it was to get a good weapon? Ta-da, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, 7.5. Let's go. So all the resources wasted on that other thing just to actually not need it at all. That's always fantastic. We love to see that. Just punch 2 holes in. Strip it naked. Zip it over. Put on the ferocious aspect that we luckily haven't fully leveled up, right? I mean, it's only 3 out of 3, but to have or not to have. And then kick it out. We also did get ourselves grenade skills again. That's useless. This one is lucky for poison. I mean, that's a Beru, right? Beru is the last one we need. But the problem is that this is like marksman skills, so we still need to keep it, right? I mean, I would just like to have like more skill ranks. That would be great. Okay, we need to do Health Tide. It's Health Titan time. What aspect is on your helm? The aspect of Might. Basic skill grant damage reduction. Because, well, we have that going on, right? That reminds me, by the way, of my ring here. The Scoundrel's Kiss that we had with a cooldown reduction. Where we're still trying to reroll the resource generation into cooldown reduction. But we're not getting cooldown reduction at all. Right? Not even remotely. There, cooldown reduction. It's a low roll, though. Why do we need this? Because this brings us down to 15.1 seconds. Okay, so now officially, chat, we have hit the jackpot of when it comes down to the cooldown resets. Right? Because with 15.1, you essentially do this, and if you get enough resource back, you can always shoot it. So now we just need a better aftermath aspect, and we can essentially spam our thing. Like there's no tomorrow. See, like with how much quicker I can now shoot this one. So now the real overload begins, right? Now I can really go completely illegal. We actually hit 2 breakpoints, and now we just need to hit the aspect, and we're good to go. But the aspect is just a matter of time, so it's going to be good. Actually, so you can force farm the aspect as well. Oh, wow, we just killed ourselves. We can force farm the aspect as well by going for... Oh, they have reprisal, don't they? So we can force farm the aspect by rolling rings and then upgrading rings to legendary. That's what I'm probably going to do. So get rings, upgrade to legendary, upgrade to legendary, upgrade to legendary. So just 1 Nightmare Dungeon escalation with obols and we're probably good. But obviously we're not happy unless we've pushed a little bit into the tower chat. So we're by far not maxed out or anything. Not hardcore viable. This build is very hardcore viable if you then play it a bit more relaxed. I mean, again, you got to consider this build is like a couple of hours old, and we've just pushed into Torment 12 without even having our glyphs. So there's absolutely no reason why you push like we actually did push. End of the day, this one is going to be super tanky, for sure. Especially due to freezing actually our enemies, but yeah, I mean, you don't rush like we did in hardcore. I mean, the amount of rushing we do is obviously due to time constraints. There's only that much time I have per day in playing, and I need to play very efficient, right? So like I'm pretty much just hammering this button here right now, chat. Look at this. This is like here. Arrow Storm! I really like that. It's so fun to actually just hammer that button. Hello, sir, ma'am. Have you heard of our friend Aerostorm? Brrr. Okay, what do I need? Intelligence. I went over here. That's gonna go here and there actually, but this is better. We're gonna take these down the line. Yeah, it's fine.
Let's go.
You little shits! Out of my way! Oh, we're gonna be so effortlessly. I mean, what pit tier should we be aiming for with this, Chad? 130? I think 130 is like we're like a relaxed pit tier, okay? We're not trying like what can we max achieve? Like what can we relaxed achieve? My Druid, for example, also did 130. Yeah, 130, very relaxed. So I wonder what should we aim for with this? What do you think? Do you have a build guide for this build? No, not yet. I'm trying to, like, so there's a reason we don't have a build guide right now, because we currently tried to get here where we are with the maximum investment of everything I have. But we also want to create a budget version of this, because right now to actually get here, you need to really hit a few breakpoints, right? And hitting these breakpoints can be tricky at times, especially when you are playing Rogue for the first time. So we need to think like about a budget way to also do what we're doing here right now, right? What could be an easy way to weasel out a bit more cooldown reduction? Which items could you go for? But what could you essentially do, right? To have like more. Okay, so for our old character doing a pit 100 in sub 2 minutes almost. Insane. And once we have the aftermath aspect, we can also change our Heartseeker, because then we can change Heartseeker into a pull together skill. It actually makes it really funny. Because right now we have to play a specific Heartseeker one just to... Okay, well, that's my package, Chan. Oh, I was hoping to not go over. Bro, that's crazy if you hit those breakpoints. The fun part is, it was crazy even without those breakpoints. I mean, we pretty much, like, we started with a barrage leveling, and then we swapped over to Rain of Arrows as soon as we hit the Torment tiers, right? And we were just, like, trying to play this as early as possible. And you know what? It worked. It worked really early. Oh, we finally got versatility as well, ladies and gentlemen. Non-basic, non-core skills, a 33% increased damage. So now that we're doing pit 100, we have finally found all of our glyphs. Finery. That one requires dexterity. Okay, got it. Hello, Deaths of Night before I get to the breakpoint, so it's using the clone. Yeah, Deaths of Night works as well. We just used Barrage because Barrage was super fun. Like you can do for a Barrage Heartseeker leveling, and it's actually really... I recommend it. I enjoyed myself tremendously going for that. Okay, 42 minutes. Let's farm some... I mean, we could technically go into Torment 12, but I don't feel like I should do this. I should get everything to Legendary first, and then probably to Torment 12. Okay, if I'm here now in the Helltide, More pain for our opponents, Chan. Ah! Very good. Very good. Honestly, far too nice. Like, there's an advantage this has over the lightning build. You know what I like more over the lightning build? That you're actually doing something for your damage. So, you know, like the lightning bear, you activate the storm and then you're pretty much just running around with your storm active, right? And everything just dies. Here, like I have to press the button to do the storm and I have to spam the button to do more storms. So I can actually, the harder I spam, the more storms I get and the cooler it goes. So it's like, it's a very nice level of satisfaction playing this. Because I'm pretty much going like dot, 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 right? And it's like storm, 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 storm. Playing Tactician, yep. Just a little bit of Path of Exile action over here. PC wouldn't be able to handle this much clutter. I mean, at least you can see something with the Arrow Storm active. Right? Like there's enough visual clarity left compared to some other skills. Now, I wonder how it would look if we had a group of 4 rogues going and each rogue would actually use the Arrow Storm skill. How thick could the curtain of arrows become? Certainly an interesting question. Any advice for a casual player? Beat the campaign, have a good time beating the campaign, then beat the next campaign, then beat the next campaign, and beat the next campaign until you've beaten all the campaigns. And then you can actually start, you know, caring about anything like builds or something like that. I mean, you could look at builds beforehand, but I mean, right now you have the skills. Reskilling doesn't cost you anything. So experiment around, see what you like, see what is fun, right? Apply common sense. Common sense is very powerful in this game. The Eris will blot out the sun. Wait, that was from 300, right? Wasn't it? Ah. 10 out of 10 trivia knowledge. Ten out of 10 unnecessary trivia knowledge. But always welcome. Critical damage multiplier. I guess that one has to stay. Oh, that's a helmet with maximum resource. Gotta stay as well. I mean, I do have a helmet with maximum resource greater, but you never know until you know, right? Probably get wind force for the early leveling, I reckon. Okay, what do we have here? We got... And we need to still get the aftermath aspect as soon as possible. I'm like still salty that we don't have it. Ah, here. Resource cache, ladies and gentlemen. Because these are only resource aspects, okay? These are never anything else. Still not what we're looking for. Okay, we are getting this cache. Two-handed weapons. Ooh. Can you believe that this is my first actual ancestral cache this season? How hard is it to set up Rain of Arrows? It's not hard. It just requires things. Okay? So you need to hit 225 energy. 225. Not more, not less. Exactly 225. If you get more, it doesn't hurt. If you get less, it hurts. With 225 energy, you will always reset your cooldowns by 15 seconds. For this, you'll need the Beastfall boots. That's your first 31 resource. Your chest can have 34 resource as well. Your helmet can have up to 40 resource. Simple. Then your amulet, another 23. So it's not hard, right? You don't even need greater affixes. If you have the max roll 20 resource every time, it's enough. Because your charms can also have resource, right? I am 30 over right now. I can literally take off my amulet and I'm fine. I could take off my Beastfall boots, right? And I am still fine. Are you still playing Pelwood? Thought I heard you mention it the other day. Glenn had not today. Either next week or the week following that. But we have Pelworld on our radar. Because I definitely do want to check out the 1.0, but I don't feel the need to rush into it right now. Okay, we can do pit 100 in 2 minutes. That's a good farm if I want to get all my glyphs to 100, or at least to 80. That doesn't sound too bad. Honestly, it seems daunting at first, but considering that no greater affixes are required, that helps. The harder part will be getting the cooldown reduction. Because on top of now the resource, you also need to get the cooldown of Arrow Storm close to 15 seconds. The closer it is to 15 seconds, the more spammy the Arrow Storm is. The further away it is to 15 seconds, the less spammy it is, right? I mean, could you do 17 seconds? Absolutely. But then it's like kind of do Arrow Storm, 21, 22, Arrow Storm, 21, 22, Arrow Storm, right? That being said, even if you have normal cooldown reduction without a greater affix on every item that can have cooldown reduction, followed up by then the cooldown reduction tempers, you're actually getting close to it, right? Doing anything special for your vacation? It is going to Austria this time. Usually we like to travel to Greece, but since we have children in school now, in Germany at least, I don't know if how it is in your country, but in Germany, you cannot take your child out of school for vacation. So you're pretty much forced to go to vacation during summer vacation. You cannot go a week earlier, right? So you have to go during the actual vacation time, school vacation time, which makes everything more expensive. So we're this time going to Austria, to the hills, instead of overpaying for Greece. I saw Woody reach Paragon 300 within a few days. That's crazy. Well, within a few days does not take into account that these few days were like 16 to 18 hour days each, my friend. And it was also days where just single-handedly brain dead farming into the Helltide, right? So yes, you can get Paragon 300 relatively easy. So it's not complicated, but that doesn't make it fast. It's still hours and hours and hours of time investment, right? So yes, but no. Well, when you think about it. Your Word of Hakan. Oh, that could, like, what does Word of Hakan currently have? Did I not put one away? How much cooldown does Word of Hakan have? Word of Hakan drops from Bartuk. It doesn't have cooldown. Oh, your old one has cooldown. Your old, yeah, that's true. What items can get max resource? Helmet, chest, amulet, and the Beastfall boots. So here, Beastfall boots, helmet, chest, amulet. And then your charms, obviously. If your chest or your helmet has a greater affix to resource, that's already enough. If both have a greater affix to resource, that would be great. Realistically, chest with greater affix to resource is best. Why chest? Because helmet can have cooldown reduction, greater affix, right? So if your chest has it, that's actually better than your helmet having it. Since you do need a certain amount of cooldown, and it's easier if then the helmet had the cooldown, as that, you know, cannot happen on your chest. Your chest cannot have cooldown reduction. I hope that makes sense for you. But don't worry. Once we do the guide, I'll lay it out very simple, right? You get a Mythic Seal in such a short amount of time. So Mythic Seals are dropping quite a lot as soon as you're Torment 10. And they can drop from any activity. I got mine from Rise activities. I mean, one of the better ways is still just spamming bosses. So if you do greater layer bosses and normal layer bosses, preferable with +2 to power. So I have in my layer boss tree always the choice here, +2 power and +2 power, because these pluses to power increase the loot of the world boss, of the layer bosses. And that generally leads to more greater affixes, more ancestrals, more. Full Metamorph Warlock playable now. I mean, we played a Blazing Scream Metamorph Warlock, and it's absolutely playable. I cleared pit 125, and could do 130 with more grind, which is like top like 10 Warlock clear. So yeah. Tier 10 layer bosses and +2 power. Yeah. That's what I would recommend. I mean, it's still not going to magically get you a seal, right? Again, yes, they drop more often, but yes, it is still RNG galore. So you could get unlucky about it. Oh man, this is brutal. So finally we get everything leveled up. Actually, I'm missing one more. I miss Kenny, Devious Combat Control. Kenny. Yeah, we don't have Kenny. I mean, at least we have all of them, like, relatively high leveled here for it not having been there. Didn't get a mythical seal in 13. I mean, in 13, it's like, no wonder you didn't get one, because 13 was just bullshit, right? Either you got lucky and you got one, or you just got screwed and that's it. Simple. I got the Beastfall boots as a charm. Interesting.
What brings you to the ancient isle?
Kill Duriel, King of Maggots. Okay, so we're Torment 12 viable. August Rogue, very good Tankenstein. It's super fun, quite enjoyable, and better. I mean, I knew it was good, but the scaling is just insane, and it's super fun to put together. And good to play too. You know, sometimes these builds get like really quick boring, but I gotta say I'm really enjoying it. Actually fun that you can unleash this like before the boss fight even starts, right? But that was a tier 10 boss, chat, right now. I mean, we're far from being scaled high, right? So much more scaling to do. We get a good dagger, so I'm really happy about that. We also have a decent weapon finally, so I'm happy about that ×2, right? We have a great pair of gloves. That one rocks. Honestly, that one fucking rocks. I love that. Ring is decent as well. Other ring is shit. Can eat my feet. Amulet has a shadow damage multiplier. It is what it is. It had cooldown reduction, so what can I say? Definitely actually have to go for the amulet here. Take the maximum resource, go for focused reroll, and kind of chaotic reroll. And roll off the maximum resource here into maximum life, and then chaotic reroll off that one into critical strike, Chan. See, perfect, Chan. I just need to get rid of that shadow damage somehow. Can I still get rid of the shadow damage? I can get rid of the shadow damage multiplier, yeah. For vulnerable damage 3, there we go. Ta-da. And we're still like with that 23 gone, it's still at 234, which is obviously fantastic. Hell with the kiddos is on the docket. That sounds fantastic. Oh, talisman items. Let's see. I honestly thought we would take a bit longer today to get this together, but the Horadric Cube is an absolute gift. And I gotta say, Diablo has definitely gotten so much better with the Horadric Cube, in my humble opinion. I mean, once you understood how the Horadric Cube works, like, I can make builds better, I can make builds faster, but I can also make builds more deterministic. Like, the Horadric Cube takes, like, a lot of frustration out of the game. I mean, there's still a lot of RNG, randomness, crafting, blah, whatever left, right? But it takes tons of frustration that I before had with the build, especially with only having the Enchanta. Because before it was like, you had the Enchanta, right? And then you could reroll one stat, and rerolling that stat was probably the most frustrating experience in any game you've ever had before, right? Then they added Masterworking, which added another stat that you could roll into. And you were constantly running out of obolts in prior seasons. At least we're not running out of obolts anymore. I mean, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, running out of obolts used to be a thing, right? I mean, as many things as Blizzard has screwed up, there are certain things they definitely have done well. We're at triple-digit billions now, ladies and gentlemen. Triple-digit billions, but we're still not done. Whenever we're not hitting trillions tomorrow, then I'm sad. And we're gonna push every single glyph to 100, right? At least. We gotta get our final glyph as well. We gotta invest the rest of the Paragon points that we haven't invested yet. I think like trillions should be possible. I mean, we have not all the rings on our army, on our, like, we don't have all the rings yet done on Rain of Arrows, right? This is Rain of Arrows. Yeah, I think I have to start farming Torment 12. I guess I gotta start farming Torment 12 now. I'm like, I'm sorry, but probably. I mean, we don't even have 2 runes in. I'm sorry about that too. And now the grind is Forgotten Souls in the early game, and then you hit a point where you're not struggling with those. Definitely easy to get proper gear. I mean, it's not really like if you're struggling with Forgotten Souls, you just push like the seasonal ranks. That's at least what I did. Like whenever I was like, oh no, I'm out of Forgotten Souls seasonal rank. I'm out of Forgotten Souls seasonal rank. Plus minus Nightmare Dungeon escalations helping tremendously, right?
Chart the course.
Okay, we need an escalation. It's a grand amount of experience. Oh, is this grand amount of Horadric regions? I guess. Out of interest, can we do a pit 110 already, Chad? Our 5 hours old character. I mean, obviously we can do a pit 110. That's not the question. But how viable is it? Oh my goodness, this is just ridiculous. The real OP thing about Arrow Storm is no limit. So I can just keep spamming and we'll just make new Arrow Storms on top of the Arrow Storms. So the Arrow Storm is not overriding the Arrow Storm, it just adds Arrow Storm to the Arrow Storms. For example, if I play Army of the Dead on the Necromancer, which is a similar skill to Arrow Storm, you know what happens after when I cast Army of the Dead? It erases the other Army of the Dead. But for some reason, that obviously doesn't count for Arrow Storm. Arrow Storm is just making new Arrow Storms and then new Arrow Storms and then new Arrow Storms, right? And then it makes new and new and new and new and new and more and more and more. Like the way how an ultimate skill should be, because if an ultimate skill is not spammable, why even bother, right? Why make an ultimate skill that you can't spam? It makes no sense. Like Blizzard generational fumble. Is the build listed anywhere? Nope, sorry. We should have a planner by tomorrow, but it's going to have to be like a very sophisticated planner because I need to put in like the version how it looks in perfect. I need to put in the version how it looks in budget, and I need to put in like obviously the level version. So you're pretty much going to have like 3 versions in the planner, and each one is going to be like different stages of the build, right? So you actually have a nice chilly way into this. I mean, you could technically do it like me and just play the build in shoddy at first and then get the build like point by point put together more. But not everyone enjoys that, right? So we need to juice up our defense a little bit as we still die in between. I mean, it could be because I just simply don't have enough resistances and all of that. Can it use mythic versions of the gear or don't need SU guide? Not Data. My mythic versions of the gear are not in because I can never assume that you have anything. For the Golem build, if you have anything in Mythic, it's always going to be stronger. Like, for example, if you have the pants, that's like a 90% damage multiplier instead of 60. If you have the ring, that's more attack speed, easier, and more crit chance. So yes, both in Mythic are fire. The ring actually better than the pants. Because the ring gives you also the crit chance, right? So, no brainer. Alright, Death Trap enjoy it. Well, I enjoyed Death Trap like for 2 seasons, but like now I have done Death Trap like to my heart's content, and I'm fine with that. I definitely do enjoy Arrow Storm more. Might it be because it's a bow build? Might it be because it's just like a funnier skill to use, right? I mean, just literally putting down this storm of arrows is just stupid. Okay, that's Kenny finally, ladies and gentlemen, our last glyph. And guess what? Since we just did a 110 dungeon, how many points do you think we can get on our glyph, Chan? +5, +5, +5. Look at this. We just started leveling you and you're sitting at 39. Pop, pop, pop. That's the problem with Spiritborn Devour. You cannot spam it. Yes, I mean, I would prefer really, like, if ultis are generally spammable. It just makes it more fun. Me? Kenny, yeah. I want to select, what did I just get? What am I looking for? What is my problem? We just got Kenny. Mm-hmm. Gotta wait until this levels up so I can put it in easier, right? I just beat Torment at 10 a Mephisto first time. Took 5 hours of wipes. Do I just horribly suck or is this normal learning curve for the Mephisto first skill? I can clear pit 105 in like 7 minutes with 1-2 death. Your defense is shoddy, sir. You just need to fix your defense. Like, I mean, that's that. So is it normal that you die a lot at Mephisto? Yes, if it's your first time, experience with Mephisto, then you're supposed to die there a lot. Realistically, you only do Mephisto once you're OP. Like when I did him in Torment 10, I just had so much damage that you're just skipping most of his phases, right? Generally speaking, you definitely can improve on your defense, right? Because like you shouldn't do a 105 in 7 minutes and die a couple of times. But I also don't know what build you're playing and what class you're playing. So these things are obviously different. But defense can always be improved. I mean, realistically, you shouldn't die at all in the pit. And always do the tiers that you can do in around 5 minutes. Because then you get just more glyph upgrades, right? You're playing Luck Minion with Agrim and Wretch. Ah, I see. Warlock is a bit tricky with the defense. But realistically, so like I would have probably stopped Mephisto in your case and just become stronger, right? I mean, there's always that other greater affix item to chase. You could always go for more multipliers, and it might be that you're not going for the right multipliers. Again, we can do the damage explanation. Would you like the damage explanation one more time, Chad? I did it in a YouTube video this morning, but just in case you haven't watched the video yet, I can do the damage explanation one more time. I can draw you a cool picture. There's literally a picture I'm going to draw you, and it explains damage in Diablo to the dot. And what you need to look out for. And it's universal and counts for every single build, so this is nothing like only for one build. This is just universal knowledge for everything. Yeah, well, whatever that dude is doing for damage, I hate him. I hope he dies. Yep, now we died. After telling the person that dying is bad. I mean, I really don't know what that elite had that like made him so annoying. I kind of want to analyze, but on the other hand, did he have reprisal? Yes, sapper and shielded. Doesn't even have anything that makes him annoying. I really don't know what happened there. Wah! A tiny dude shot me in the back and killed me. I don't like it. Dash one more time. Yeah. Or lifelink? Nah, he had shielded, but not lifelink. It's weird. I really don't know what that dude had. Okay, now we get all of this up. So that's our last glyph. All of them are good. Perfection. So, paint. Damage in Diablo works following, ladies and gentlemen. If you have never seen the damage calculation, it's very simple. So imagine you do have a box. So this box is your damage, okay? And you're trying to make this box as big as possible. So the box is your damage. In order to make the box bigger, you need this line, and this line to increase. Wider, taller, deeper. Okay? This would be your crit damage. Okay? You invest in crit, you make the box wider, wider, and wider. It's fantastic. That's damage. However, it's limited damage because the more crit you have, the wider the box gets, but it never gets deeper or taller. In order to make it taller, you're going to invest in vulnerable damage multipliers. Okay? So now you have crit and vulnerable damage, so you're going to, you know, go in 2 directions. But you want to go 3 directions. So you're going to add all damage or elemental damage. So that's all damage, and then your fire, frost, whatsoever. And suddenly, your box extends in all directions, and this is actually how you get the most damage out of the game. And that's why you're on your items not just looking for crit, crit, and crit damage multiplier and crit damage multiplier. You try to get crit, vuln, all damage, or cold damage, for example. And then dexterity is all damage in itself, right? And if your damage can't crit, then you're usually screwed. You don't actually play builds where your damage can't crit unless you're playing damage over time, but then instead of crit, you have damage over time. And then your crit damage is your damage over time. And then you still go for vulnerable and you still go for all damage, right? So 99.9999%, there is no not critting. There's always critting. But if it's then damage over time, which is rare, do this. Okay, we're rolling for all these rings. Now we're going to take all these rings and just upgrade to legendary. Okay, Chad? Or are we doing this? Because we need a specific affix aspect. This is the easiest way to get it. It's better to go in 4 categories. All damage and the elemental damages, if I'm now not 100% mistaken, are in the same damage bucket. Okay? So it doesn't matter if you get all damage or the elemental damage, they're in the same. That's why we're saying like the dimension here, like the deeper dimension is then all damage and or elemental, right? Because the box is a good explanation, but actually Diablo works with damage buckets, and every single stat is in different damage buckets, right? And yeah, it's like damage buckets, you know? But if I now start with damage buckets over boxes, and then like next we're gonna go talk about cars, and then I don't know where we're gonna end, right? We're gonna stick with one analogy and not keep like stacking things on top of each other that might or might not similar resemble something that people would or would not understand. Yeah, kind of. Okay, so I need a pair of pants. That's not this pair of pants. That's for sure. I need the Respite and Dirk. That's not this Respite and Dirk. And these items are all pretty good, and we need the goddamn aftermath aspect. No power 1.0, not today, Justice. But I'm happy that so many people are interested in Pal World 1.0 for me. Makes me happy. We need more obolds, preferable. Would temerity not help you, or do you need that aspect? My pants don't have an aspect. Temerity would only help me if I'm healing, but I'm not healing. I mean, I could now take life on hit though, but I think life on hit is limited per skill cast, so it's not like that due to Rain of Arrows hitting like 1 billion times, it actually gives you 1 billion heals. I think it was limited per skill cast, so if like, I think per Rain of Arrows, it counts just like one life on hit, you know? But yeah, my pants are getting like a defensive aspect. We're playing Barrage over Heartseeker. Heartseeker feels pretty insane and for Rain of Arrows. Sir, this is Heartseeker. Barrage is just in here in case we don't hit our resource and whatsoever. Barrage has nothing to do anymore in this build currently. We're actually going to replace it through Concealment. But there is currently, since we don't have all breakpoints hit, still Barrage into like here. So I can quickly just hit Barrage and make sure that my cooldown actually resets. Because there's a world where we again don't hit the breakpoint. And we require Barrage. And that's because we like have a 4-hour-old character, my friend, that is not maxed out yet. Okay. So we're still sadly missing the aspect of Aftermath in Perfect. As soon as I get the aspect of Aftermath in Perfect, we can put that in. I mean, we could technically go also for a resource generation temper or a resource generation roll on an item, because that would also fix things. Because when we're then getting like 170 resource for thingies, but we have like a 20% bonus resource generation, then that is like 170 times 20%, which would still not be enough. So unlucky. I mean, also more skill ranks would solve this. I mean, we're sitting at 21 skill ranks. That is sadly not enough. We need more skill ranks now. G Money Gone, thank you for a brand new Prime Gaming subscription. Money, appreciate it. That's kind of you. Have Aftermath on your neck? Yes, sir. But I have Aftermath in the lowest roll possible. And I don't have many marksman skill ranks. So we're lacking in several departments. We're getting there. How are you hitting billions? I mean, it's the ferocity stacks. Each ferocity stack gives me 12 or 13% bonus damage currently. I have 16 of those, so that's a nice damage bonus. Then our amulet is giving us another 120%. Our set is giving us in total like 300%, something. Rain of Arrows itself does like just a lot of damage per se, because an ultimate skill, the more ranks we have, the more damage it'll deal as well. So getting the billions was relatively easy, to be honest. A lot of critical strike damage multiplier shenanigans, getting our crit damage up relatively nicely. So it's not that difficult. You know? G-Money, there's no build for this one yet. I'm sorry. We gotta create the mobilytics tomorrow with the budget version and with the level version to this point. Well, we pretty much just put everything together. Okay. So we're still in the process of actually creating this as we're just, you know, put all the pieces in place. We got 3 more greater layer keys. I could try to get my Scoundrel's Kiss. Someone happy with the Beastfall boots. What I do need is I need more funds. And yeah, I need to do another Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Is it me, or did they remove the shield bubble from the glyph upgrade shrine? They did remove the shield bubble from the glyph upgrade shrine, but I think that is supposed to be a bug. And when I say supposed to be a bug, well, I call the feature, I guess. Keep you on your tippity toes. Because who doesn't like to get killed in the pit when they're just trying to upgrade their glyphs, right? Right. Who doesn't like that? Clearly me. Especially when you're playing hardcore. I mean, imagine hardcore just having to now like clear out every single minion around you. This is probably one of the most annoying dungeons because you have to like do this first part and then you have to do the second part and then you have to do a third part. Yeah, 3 parts, Chad. And the only advantage this dungeon has is it's in a row. Umberkirk's still buffed. Bugged, yes. But we're not playing the bugged version, or we're not interested in abusing said bugs. And abusing bugs for pit 150 finishes is very sad. Despite everyone doing it. Was Ancestral removed from the escalation sigil? What do you mean? What do you precisely mean? This dungeon has like such a weird get up. It's like 3 tiny pieces, but you actually have to do 3 tiny pieces, right? Okay, well, that was 2 times the boss in a dungeon where it doesn't matter. That kind of sucks. Okay, obol or gold? Oh god, not a single one, just a material reserve. Oh, terrible. I mean, materials are good, so we'll see. Is Spiritborn still good this season? Yes, but it's using a bug for 600% bonus damage with the Zig rune. So if you don't want to abuse that bug, you're going to be vastly weaker. And if that bug ever gets fixed, then Poison Spiritborn is in the dumpster, to be honest. Because losing 600% damage is surprisingly significant. Who would have guessed? But hey, the bug was already active last season and they haven't fixed it. So, I mean, there are bugs that are in for longer than that. So it might as well be that that's just Spiritborn's life right now. Just 600% bonus damage. You can find this build. You can't find this build yet. I'm so sorry. Today is the making day. Tomorrow is the sharing day. Rock splitter build. Like, the one thing that takes away all the fun in Spiritborn is that Spiritborn has not had a single season where Spiritborn was unbugged. I mean, since Spiritborn exists, right? Season 6, it was good because it was bugged. Season 7, the bugs got fixed, it was worse. Season 8, it was good because it was bugged. Season 9, it was good because it was bugged. Like, so, technically good, also bugged. I mean, end of the day, the 600% bonus damage that the Spiritborn has, they don't hurt anyone, right? So, sure, it's kind of stupid, but at least it makes Spiritborn somewhat viable. But the problem is if you don't know about this bug, right? I mean, imagine you're sitting there and you don't have a clue that this bug exists, and everyone is like doing so much damage on the Spiritborn, and you're just lagging behind, and you're asking yourself, man, I have similar equipment to that dude, but he's doing so much more damage. I don't understand. And then you suddenly figure out, well, so here is 600% bonus damage, my friend. That's what everyone else is doing, and you're missing out on. Surprise. I almost missed those obolts here. Okay, if I can't get my aspect now with this obol dungeon, ladies and gentlemen, deeply disappointed. I mean, see what we're raking up. We're sitting at 2,500 already again. I'm going to gamble for rings. Anyone else deeply disappointed that Vile Splendor opponents don't actually give a lot of rewards? Can't be the only one. It's just sad. I mean, there's a cool dungeon affix that makes minions be worth more money. And then that cool affix that makes minions worth more money actually doesn't meaningfully improve their money. And you're like, but that's why it's in the game. Right? I'm pretty sure I missed somewhere more obolts. So that the boss actually respawns, because, you know, when the boss respawns, he actually drops his loot twice. In case you didn't know that. Super cool. Oh, sad face. So we're sitting back to 7,500 obolts. Obololeros. Kind of annoying when you play a build and don't know the bug. First time a druid playing on 200 Paragon realized Storm Snapshot things. I would like to play a bug-free build. Well, Storm Snapshot is not a bug. That's just literally how channel skill works in Diablo. Right? It's just a general thing of every... Wow, this is way too much damage. Okay, I like tomorrow we need to jump into Torment 12, chat. I mean, what is this? You just see how fast that guy... I don't know why we're still in Torment 10, to be honest, chat. I guess I'm just lazy. Alright, I guess I just didn't want to bother. I guess I just didn't want to, like, you know, go deeper. Fine. Fine. We're gonna go to Torment 12. But it's a triumph. I think I should try to get this as another charm, because right now my charm has here like no marksman skill ranks, so I could actually make more and hope that I hit marksman skill ranks and be happy. Pants, maximum life. Yeah, let's keep that. Cooldown reduction amulet. See, could actually go for another cooldown reduction amulet roll if I wanted to. What we need to do is we need to upgrade this to legendary. Hope that we get like the aspect that we're looking for. Ah, here. Casting ultimate skills generates energy. We got it. Chat, look. Look. Everything worked out like a charm. Look. So what's the difference now? We're now officially getting 10.5 per skill rank. And we're sitting at 21 skill ranks. Why is it only 21? We get 3, 2, 15, 15. And we had Vehement Brawler giving us 2 more skill ranks. So now, when we go in, we actually get enough back. Okay? We get enough resource back. So even, like, I could now not use my... See, look at my resource globe. Right now I don't have to, like, this is literally the ultimate breakpoint now. Now I don't have to worry about anything anymore, right? There's not a chance that I won't restore my resource. I just always will restore my resource. Any plans for Pal World next week, sir? We're currently waiting for the Diablo patch on Tuesday. And hoping that that does actually something good and not something terrible, because there's always a world that does something terrible. You know, there's like, I think everyone that just watched notices the big difference. There's like no hiccups. There's no weirdness anymore. It's just like straight up the goodness of unleashing your storm over and over again. The patch Tuesday confirmed. They posted it in the creator Discord, and we were allowed to share that with you. So yes, it is confirmed. Not sure why they're not making an official post, right? It can be that like their social media guy is still on 4th of July vacation. I genuinely don't know what's happening there. Maybe he got also fired, like, because the reality is that Blizzard, Microsoft just had a lot of layoffs again, right? So I'm not sure if Diablo got impacted as well, but yeah. Like, we got it through the... back doors, and we're allowed to share with you. Okay, so pit 110 in almost sub 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So I can right now do a pit 120 with these glyphs, right? That's stupid, but in the good way stupid. Like, what the fuck? Kind of like stupid. So we're gonna have our glyphs upgraded in no time, and then we can push a 130 and see if we can do it and also do a tower. The communication has always been like, see, but I don't know if their social media guys literally still in the company. Like, there's a realistic chance that he get fired, right? Because if they let people go, who goes first? Social media, community people usually. You know how it is. Okay, let's do quickly a tower 110 just to see like what our performance looks like in comparison to all the rogues. Again, this is why I played solo Self-Found, that I could decide, hey, if I want to do the tower, I'm at least competing now against people who also all farm rogue, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of people who still abuse the pit 150 finisher, so the tower has nothing to say until that bug is fixed. But it would still be nice to see where like a 150 finish now kind of puts you. Oh god, that dude again with his, like, we before had a dude like this with the saw blades and everything, who was causing, like, trouble to no end for us. Yeah, it's about time that we get a new pair of pens, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to put the damage aspect on. Because right now my pens is playing some random aspect that doesn't, I don't think, even do what it needs to do. Because right now we want to have a damage reduction aspect on our pens. Right? What do you need to start for this build? Cooldown reduction items. So greater affix cooldown reduction items and greater affix maximum resource is what you want to have. I think the greater affix cooldown reduction is more important than a greater affix maximum resource, because you can do it with non-greater maximum resource, but the greater affix cooldown reduction is really something you are looking for. Ah, great executioner and reprisal too. Nice. Saw blades get you always overtune. The problem is that a lot of the affixes are inconsequential, and then you have a few who are very consequential, and since you haven't like really cared about many things, suddenly you just die. I mean, I really don't know how much tippy-toeing hardcore players have to do most of the time. Or how much they have to be defensive juicing. Not have these random happenings happening. But then again, you probably in hardcore would also not run around with your 850 pans. That's just some random pans that you picked up, right? That is not masterwork, that is not tempered, that is not greater affix, and you literally would actually care about your defense and not just like be, well, whatever happens, happens. Alright, because we kind of end up with this, like, whatever happens, happens attitude. Like, when I play softcore, I just really don't care. It's like, oh no, my defense is kind of shoddy. If I died 3 times in a row, I might finally like care enough to be like, oh yeah, okay, so I died 3 times in a row. Maybe I should fix my defense. Maybe it's about time to do something. Oh goodness, the saw blade, there it is. You could swap Barrage for something else now, Blissful. We can now swap Barrage for something else. We couldn't swap it before because we needed to hit like the aspect, but now that we have the aspect, we can swap Barrage, yes, and we will swap Barrage too. For Concealment, because Concealment will give us more crit, and then we can even do more damage, right? I mean, currently all the abilities that we pretty much have in here are just for crit juicing. Right, so we get our, like, our dash is crit juicing for us. Everything is just crit juicing. I mean, this was obviously here now a terrible, terrible, terrible pit run. But for our first one, I think it's fine. Ow! Sir. Okay, we need to fix the defense. If this has taught me one thing, we need to fix our defense. Are you lucky with a max resource unique charm? Yeah, helmet with max resource or boots with max resource, something in that down the line will definitely be useful. I mean, your beastfall boots can roll a greater affix to resource, right? I mean, you want that as ancestral because it gives you like a lot. So I didn't see the position. What did we get? So in Rogue, we are now... Oh, we are unranked because there's so many... So pit 110 is... Oh my goodness. Okay, so we need to do at least top 120, chat. I mean, 120 is going to be easy, so I'm not really worried about that. But see, like, not many people are actually abusing this right now. So there's 1 page, 2 pages. There's only 3 pages of losers. I'm sorry, I'm going to call it as it is. Sorry. I'm like, using a bug to finish 150, to level all your glyphs to 150 is just not cool behavior, right? Especially when you have gear to play normal. But it's only 3 pages. Last time that was worse when the bug was out. It was actually like, it was, I think it was like 20 pages. It was literally 20 pages of people doing it. So I'm actually really proud here, get a say, of the Diablo 4 community that we only have 3 pages of people who abused it. Maybe there's also like people who haven't just bothered yet, right? But still, it's respectable. Respectable. Could I use Death Trap instead of, Rain of Arrows? I mean, the same setup with the cooldown reduction and everything can also be used on Death Trap. I don't know how good Death Trap right now is. I also don't know which set you would be losing for Death Trap, right? Probably not the set that we're doing here right now, not the same Paragon boards and that kind of stuff. So yes, Death Trap can definitely be used. Cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say we are absolutely good for today. This was nice. Tomorrow, we're going to have the planner, and tomorrow we're going to push the build until we can do pit 130. We're going to fine-tune the equipment. We're going to see that we improve everything a tad further, and then just have a bountiful, beautiful, good time, and really see what this rogue can actually put in. Maybe we're lucky and we get this item as a mythic. We'll see about that, okay? It's actually not tomorrow, by the way. It's on Sunday. So on Sunday, the stream continues. But I will put tomorrow already the Mobalytics planner into the live stream, okay? So just have an eye on the live stream. There will be a comment, top comment will have the planner in it, yeah. And then on Sunday, we'll continue, okay? Until then, I wish you a great, fantastic, good day, time, evening, night, everything. I hope to see you all tomorrow again. Tomorrow on YouTube, because YouTube video coming out. Don't forget to watch the one from today. It's called I Wasted 100 Hours. Do this instead. Very good.